Meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Committee in 2025. We've received apologies from Bill Kidd, and Claire Hockey is attending in his place and joins us virtually today. The first item on our agenda is consideration of the Education Scotland Bill at Stage 2, Day 2. I welcome back the Cabinet Secretary and her supporting officials and committee members and other MSPs who have amendments lodged to the bill. And we move straight to Section 2, and I call Amendment 3 in the name of Ross Greer, group with Amendment 230. Ross Greer to move Amendment 3 and speak to both amendments in the group. Mr Greer. Thank you, Convener. This will be a short one from me to start off with. So I'm moving Amendment 3 for the same reasons that I moved and we debated Amendment 2 last week, which is quite simply that I want the bill to make clear that there is a hierarchy of priorities for Qualifications Scotland, i.e. that domestic Scottish learners, their needs, the services provided for them, should be put above the organisation's international commercial activity. And this is because of issues that we saw, particularly in the 5 to 10 years in the lead up to the pandemic. It's been less of an issue post-pandemic, but there is nothing currently in the bill that would safeguard against the return of what I believe to be the skewed priorities of SQA senior management. So Amendment 3 is simply continuing the debate that we had on Amendment 2 to make sure that that hierarchy of priorities is quite clear and that it is Scottish learners and their interests that are always put ahead of any commercial activity. Thank you. Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 230 and the other amendment in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you and good morning, Convener, Cabinet Secretary, officials and others. Just to follow on what Ross Greer has mentioned, first of all, to say that we will be supportive of his amendment. Amendment 230 places a duty on Qualifications Scotland to make arrangements to ensure the quality of the qualifications it develops under the terms of this Act. Some of the questions we've had in recent months and weeks around some of the specific qualifications, higher history being an example, is such that I think we need to ensure as much robustness, credibility and trust within the system as we possibly can. There's a gap in the bill as it currently stands, I believe, which doesn't include a clear mechanism to safeguard such standards, and so I think that it's important that we add this particular amendment to the bill. It ensures qualifications are consistently high in quality, credible, and it will command the confidence, I believe, of learners, employers and the public, which is, of course, exactly what the reform should be doing. We need it in the bill, as I say, because there isn't a clear mechanism within it yet, I don't believe, to safeguard those standards, and so that's why we have brought Amendment 230. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Good morning to committee members. I thank Mr Greer and Ms Duncan-Glancy for setting out the purposes of their amendments. Mr Greer's Amendment 3 calls for an emphasis on learners, teachers and practitioners when considering the delivery of the functions of Qualifications Scotland in Scotland. And I think it's clear that his aim is one on which we can all agree. To that end, I fully support the emphasis on pupils and other students undertaking qualifications and the teachers and practitioners who are delivering them in Scotland. My concern slightly relates to the restrictive way in which the amendment may operate in practice, and the points I made during our discussion on Group 1 are relevant here too. So I'm grateful that Mr Greer I don't think is going to press this amendment in Group 1 and I agree not to press this amendment so that we can work together on something for Stage 3. Turning to Ms Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 230, which, as I understand it, will require Qualifications Scotland to quality assure its qualifications. That function has been an inherent part of the SQA's operations, and it will continue to be a crucial component of how Qualifications Scotland delivers high-quality qualifications. Earlier this year, the committee will be aware I shared a paper with committee which sets out how school qualifications devised by the SQA are reviewed and quality assured. I think it will also be helpful to revisit some of this in the detail alongside discussions on the location and the scope of accreditation functions, which we agreed to last week. The process of assuring national qualifications will continue in Qualifications Scotland, and that premise of reviewing and quality assuring qualifications, particularly where issues arise, as Ms Duncan-Glancy has raised today, is not a new feature of the qualifications body. There will always be issues, as we know, that appear in year, given the size, bluntly, of the qualifications portfolio, but I am happy to support this amendment to provide that reassurance that this process will continue to happen. I also think, though, that this discussion on this amendment is an opportune moment to update members on the work that SQA has done ahead of the transition to Qualifications Scotland to improve how qualifications are delivered in the schools and to also enhance its leadership structures. And I believe that this is the work the convener asked for an update on last week. Now, members may recall that I commissioned the chair of the SQA to consider all of this, and a response was submitted to me at the end of last year. That submission included proposals for a dedicated schools unit and initial considerations on leadership design for accreditation. So I responded to this submission in February of this year, giving the support to the direction of travel and for more detailed proposals to be developed. Now, since that time, the SQA has revised its leadership structures to separate the Chief Exec and the Chief Examiner roles, as we discussed last week, and to put in place an interim Chief Regulator for accreditation to enhance the separation of those functions, as we discussed in Group 4 last week. The SQA, with funding from Scottish Government, has also recently appointed a seconded head teacher into the organisation who will act as a senior advisor on qualifications and lead a new dedicated schools unit. I think that work is hugely important in changing the way in which the organisation works with our schools. But that senior role will report to the Chief Examiner and support the organisation to ensure it's able to rebuild trust and confidence with our teachers. And they will take up their role in the summer and will transition to qualification at Scotland. I will keep members updated on this work, noting the relevance of those discussions to a number of amendments the committee has been considering. I hope that's a helpful update on the context of these amendments.
Okay, thank you. I call Ross Greer to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 3. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. As the Cabinet Secretary indicated, I won't be pressing Amendment 3 in line with the agreement that we reached last week on Amendment 2, and happy to bring back an alternative version with the same underpinning principles at Stage 3.
Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment 3. Does any member object? No member has objected, therefore Amendment 3 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 229 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with Amendments 231, 238, 289 and 354. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 229 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. The amendments in my name in this particular group are an attempt to provide clarity, consistency and confidence, ensuring learners and employers can understand what qualifications mean, how they compare and where they lead. The SCQF is one of Scotland's most important educational assets. I think that's something that most of the committees will share that view. And the bill, I think, should do more to embed its role within the new system. The group of amendments that I have in this particular group ensure the qualifications would be named clearly, mapped transparently and developed in active partnership with, of course, the SCQF partnership, removing confusion and strengthening trust in the system. Without, I think, this national framework, we could risk reintroducing the same opacity and duplication that has failed learners in the past, and these amendments seek to fix that. We know that people can sit exams and take qualifications at the same level in the SCQF framework, but the words associated with them, hires or modern apprenticeships or foundation apprenticeships, are not always understood fully in terms of the amount of work and effort that's gone in. And that parity of esteem across the education system, I think, is fundamental to making sure that we serve learners of the future. So Amendment 229 in my name requires Qualifications Scotland to name qualifications in a way that align with the relevant SCQF level. The aim is to create an easy-to-navigate system that ensures ease of access for learners and reflects best practice, but that also embeds that parity that the committee and others have spoke about hoping to achieve in the system. I think it puts into practice the principle of simplicity. It will ensure learners and parents and employers can immediately see and understand what level of qualification someone has, and it could remove any lack of clarity in the system, which could be a barrier to progression. Amendment 231 builds on the quality assurance established by Amendment 230 in the previous group by requiring Qualifications Scotland to enter into a shared confidence agreement with the SCQF partnership to formalise that collaborative relationship and guarantee SCQF standards are embedded in how qualifications are developed. I think this is needed because without that clear framework, learners, teaching staff and employers, again, as I've said, might find it slightly difficult to understand exactly what a learner has achieved. And I think it's incredibly important that we equip young people with the sort of skills and passport of such skills to be able to demonstrate to employers in the future what they've been able to achieve. Amendment 238 requires Qualifications Scotland in the exercise of its function to have regard to the SCQF. I hope that the Cabinet Secretary and others on committee can support the amendments in this group. But as you'll see, Amendment 238 and Amendment, I'm just going to get the number again, 229, could offer, I think, supportive functions for each, but there's also options there if members feel that they wanted to support a slightly different approach. So hopefully members across the committee, supported by the government, will be able to find something in this range of amendments that they can support and progress forward with. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 289 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And can I start by saying how much I agree with what Pam Duncan-Glancy said about the value of SCQF. It is undoubtedly one of the treasures in the Scottish educational landscape, and that's why I'd like to move 289, Amendment 289, my name, and I also would like to touch on some of the other points that Pam Duncan-Glancy has proposed in her amendments 229, 231, 238 and 289. 354. These amendments, my amendment seeks to clarify, codify, and in some instances transform the role of SCQF, the role it plays within the reformed landscape of Scottish qualifications. So beginning with my amendment 289, which I believe is an essential and constructive amendment contribution to the bill, because this amendment introduces a distinct statutory framework, a role for qualifications to be housed within the existing SCQF partnership. Yes, of course.
Yeah, thank you, Member, for giving way. Does it make, as I understand it, SCQF is not part of the public body landscape as a separate charity. Does that make a difference to legislation concerning it?
That is a very interesting intervention from Johnson. I don't believe it does. I think what we know from particularly the OECD report on Scottish education a couple of years ago is that we have a very cluttered and confusing landscape. We've got so many bodies. I think if you go to the end of Ken Muir's report, there are pages and pages of bodies. It's a highly confusing and cluttered landscape. And what I am trying to do by introducing this amendment and other amendments that are in my name in other groups is to give clarity to the distinctive roles and importance of specific bodies. And I completely, as I said earlier, agree with what Pam Duncan-Glancy said about the importance of SCQF. And that's why I'm trying to create a distinct position for it, a framework for it within the education, within this education bill. Yes, of course.
I looked at this amendment and I looked at all the evidence from stage one. Is there anything from stage one you can point to? Because even Ken Muir himself said that it would probably cause more confusion.
Sorry, if I might ask George, what specifically would cause more confusion?
The fact
George
that he said that the current actual processes and systems were robust enough for them to actually continue that way, and therefore he said as well that he'd rather it would just cause further confusion as to what was what and what was stood with what organisation.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, I can't see how it adds to confusion to clarify
I'm just telling you, sorry, will the member take an intervention again? Because
yes.
it was the evidence. I'm just asking, my question is, I'm asking, I pointed out something that Professor Muir said,
yes.
So I'm asking you, if Mr Kerr, if you could point out something in stage one that backs your position.
And I was
Stephen Kerr.
And I was responding to that when you asked me to give way again. I don't see how clarifying these roles does it. I think the point that Ken Muir was making in respect to George Adam highlighting what he has said in an earlier part of this process, I don't think it was in reference to what I'm proposing. What I'm proposing is the clarity that the OECD highlighted that's required, and I think also that Ken Muir, in his report, is suggesting that we need to declutter the landscape. We need to have clear understanding. And I think that actually is at the heart of Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments as well. Learners, people... Yeah.
I make an intervention on that point. I'm listening to Mr Kerr develop...
Cabinet Secretary.
Apologies. I'm listening to Mr Kerr develop the point. He talks about greater clarity, but of course the SCQF provides that clarity at a national level, encompassing all qualifications. He is seeking to duplicate, which is I think the point Mr Adam was making, thereby creating more confusion by having another framework embedded, as I understand it, within Qualifications Scotland. Surely that will create more challenge in relation to how qualifications are interpreted by duplicating something that already exists.
Stephen Kerr.
No, I think what this does is it provides a framework that doesn't currently exist in statute. It creates clarity around what these different bodies do within the context of the bill that introduces Qualifications Scotland. It explains what the roles of these different bodies are. I mean, I think there's, for example, we'll come on to this, but there's enormous, I think there are enormous questions about the role and purposes of Education Scotland. I mean, I regularly ask people in education, what is the point of Education Scotland? What do they do for you? And the truth of the matter is that I very rarely get any kind of an answer that adds up to any value at all. And what I'm trying to do... Yes, of course.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. I'm very grateful to the member to give way. The member accepts that there is a existing structure that covers the qualifications that SCQF provides for. Yeah. And in this amendment, I don't in many ways disagree with what the amendment seeks to do, but is there not a challenge that if we then solidify that existing framework into primary legislation, there is a challenge as we develop the needs and expectations and new qualifications come along, that SCQF may be bound by a language that becomes, as we've discovered with education in Scotland, antiquated very quickly, and indeed may prevent some of the development that I know both the member and myself seek to achieve going forward for our young people in the form of qualification and the parity of qualifications across the way. I'm grateful.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, I'm grateful to Martin Whitfield for his intervention, but I'm not sure that in the very simple terms of the Amendment 289 in my name, I'm not sure that that's likely to arise, because all it does is seeks to establish a single framework. It gives SCQF in statute, it would give them the role of establishing a single framework for qualifications, Scotland qualifications, and then it says the qualifications would do exactly what Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments identify. It would indicate the levels, the points. It would give real clarity to learners about what their qualifications stack up to. And I think it would also be very clear, as I will come on to it, it would also become very clear for employers what that meant. I think that's the valuable role that SQF already fulfills, and I take that point, but I think the fact is that what I'm trying to do is just create some clarity, not, as the Cabinet Secretary suggests, to add confusion, but to create crystal clear clarity around what this body does and the value that it brings to the total education landscape in Scotland. And I recognise that what I'm trying to do here is to give SCQF a clear and legitimate statutory role, and one that aligns with the functions that it already performs in practice. I'm not seeking to duplicate anything. I'm seeking just to give crystal clear clarity as to what SCQF does. And the SCQF partnership, at the point that John Mason raised, I recognise is a registered Scottish charity. It performs critical work in benchmarking, recognising, comparing qualifications, ensuring they align with recognised credit levels. However, I think that the excellent work it does, nevertheless, it does operate in a somewhat grey space. Influential, yes, but with no defined legal mandate. And I don't think that that is sustainable, because going back to the OECD finding, I think we've already got so many bodies. Let's give SCQF the distinction of being recognised for the excellent work they do in law. And that's what Amendment 289 proposes to do. It proposes to give the SCQF partnership formal responsibility for accrediting qualifications to ensure that they meet published requirements, and giving SCQF the responsibility for defining and comparing qualifications in Scotland by establishing a unified framework that assigns levels and credit points to learning programmes will ensure clarity, accessibility, transferability across the education and employment sectors. It neither seeks to displace Qualifications Scotland nor duplicate its work. Instead, it strengthens a valuable partner, gives learners, providers, employers clarity and confidence that qualifications accredited through SCQF are subject to transparent public standards and institutional governance. So that's my Amendment 289. Just very quickly, on Amendment 229, which relates to the definition and role of SCQF within the bill. It appears to designate to formalise the framework itself, which I would support. It doesn't assign the functions in the way that my Amendment 289 does, and that's why I think 289 has some value in the context of this group. 229 is helpful, but as I say, it doesn't set out the bolder articulation of the purpose of SCQF, which I think Amendment 289 does. Amendment 231, I welcome this again, although I think, again, it's helpful to have 289 alongside 231 for the sake of clarity. 238 deals with ensuring Qualification Scotland does recognise the role of SCQF. In practice, that already happens, but this gives it statutory backing, and I support its intent, but suggest it would benefit from being nested with the more comprehensive structural definitions that I've included in 289. So in conclusion, Convener, Amendment 289 is a pragmatic proposal to seek to give crystal clear clarity to the educational landscape when it comes to the salient institutions that learners need, and employers and others need to know of and appreciate what they do. Being able to say what something does, you know, the old adage about what it says on the tin, that's what 289 is all about. And I think by doing that, by creating this very clear understanding of what these organisations exist to do, it enhances coherence in the system and will make Scottish qualifications and the Scottish qualifications landscape more transparent, more navigatable, more understandable, and not just for professionals and institutions, but as I say again, and this is the critical group that I have in mind with this amendment, the learners themselves. And therefore, I commend 289 to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Ms Duncan Glancy and Mr Kerr for explaining the purpose of their amendments. And I think we can all agree on the importance of the SCQF as a national framework for qualifications, and I would support the general principles of Ms Duncan Glancy's amendments in particular. Qualifications Scotland will be expected to work closely with the SCQF partnership in relation to the framework as the SQA does. And while their organisational functions and focus do differ, they do share that common goal of ensuring high quality qualifications for learners across Scotland. It is therefore right that Qualifications Scotland considers the advice of the SCQF partnership and the status of the framework when delivering its functions and vice versa. So I offer my support in principle to Amendment 238, which seeks to ensure there is regard to the framework in legislation. There are some technical changes which will be needed if the provision is to be future-proofed, as the framework is not something that was established by legislation, as we have heard. And as such, the framework could change in future, and the legislation would then no longer work in the way that we all intend it to. We would need to therefore take a power to amend this reference or refer to such frameworks as ministers specify in regulations. And I'd be happy to work with the member to refine this for stage 3, and I would therefore ask the member not to press this amendment today. However, I will happy to do so.
Tim Whitfield.
I'm very grateful. From that, is it right to confer that the Cabinet Secretary shares the concern that I expressed, that actually we're unsure of what the future landscape with regard to assessment looks like, and that retaining a level of versatility which the framework would allow rather than defining it to its nth degree in primary legislation would be beneficial and would arrive at what I think a number of members have indicated their desired goal is at the end of the day with this.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think that point that Mr Whitfield made earlier, I think, Convener, is really salient in relation to that flexibility point. And that's part of, the member will be aware actually that Qualifications Scotland, SQA at the current time, are undertaking essentially a look across the piece at the wide variety of qualifications that are now delivered in our schools that have changed substantially since the member and I were last in school. And so we need to be mindful of that flexibility and allow the organisation that opportunity to move and respond accordingly. So I would agree with the sentiment behind the member's point, Convener. I will not be able to support, though, Amendments 229 and 231, which seek to place into legislation operational arrangements between the two organisations. So Amendment 229 seeks to ensure coherence in naming conventions, and I believe that will be best resolved through the working that we already have collaborative relationship between Qualifications Scotland and the partnership. Notwithstanding, I do think support for the principle of Amendment 238 delivers that, and I'll talk to that in a moment. Before that, I want to set out why I'm not able to support Amendment 231. As drafted, this amendment seeks to place the requirement to enter into a shared confidence arrangement in the context of Qualifications Scotland's own quality assurance functions. Now, these quality assurance functions are for Qualifications Scotland to satisfy itself that the arrangements which educational establishments have in place for delivering qualifications and related assessments are appropriate. This quality assurance function protects the integrity of qualifications and ensures all of those taking qualifications do so in a way which is fair and equitable. The SCQF partnership has independent oversight of the credit rating functions of the credit rating bodies such as the SQA. In their letter to committee, the SCQF partnership clearly set out their role in the system and the relationship they have with the SQA. And it is clear from this that the SCQF partnership has no role in the operational quality assurance processes for qualifications that Qualifications Scotland and other awarding bodies will put in place to support delivery. It's therefore hard for me to see why the partnership must enter into an arrangement or an agreement rather with Qualifications Scotland on those particular matters. Now, while there may be some concerns as to how the SQA and the SCQF partnership work together, I understand the Chief Executive of the SCQF partnership and the Interim Chief Executive of the SQA are working closely to strengthen that approach. By working with Ms Duncan Glancy on Amendment 238 and alongside the assurances I provided on reviewed arrangements between the two organisations, I hope that provides the reassurance needed, and I ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press Amendments 229, 231 and her connected Amendment 354. Now, Mr Kerr's Amendment 289 seeks to create a separate framework from Qualifications Scotland, qualifications managed by the SCQF partnership. Now, that suggestion contradicts the purpose of the existing national framework, which is a single national qualifications framework for Scotland. Therefore, to have a framework which is exclusively for Qualifications Scotland would arguably undermine the principle of cohesive and a simple framework for the whole country. For those reasons, I do not support this amendment, and I would encourage others to do the same.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm happy to take the
Stephen Kerr.
Sorry, Convener. I fully understand the point that the Cabinet Secretary has made, but does she accept what the OECD said about the cluttering of the educational landscape with bodies? And does she agree that we ought to do something? And I think she's pointing towards Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 238, if I understand what she's saying. Does she believe that we should do something to recognise the distinctive and valuable contribution that is played by SCQF?
Yes, Convener, on the latter point, I very much agree with that. I think we've heard today from a number of members some of the challenges associated with how that body was established, which I'm not necessarily sure could be resolved through this legislation, because this legislation is quite a focus ball in relation to the role of Qualifications Scotland. But I think more broadly, the role of SCQF, which has been raised by other members, is something I'd be happy to engage with members on more broadly. But the member talked to the cluttered landscape in relation to organisational bodies, educational bodies in Scotland. I'm not really clear, and I've listened to his arguments, how that would be resolved by creating a new framework that is bespoke to Qualifications Scotland delivery. I think, if anything, that would add to the clutter in the landscape. So I'm not sure I would agree with him on that point. I do agree with him on his overarching point in relation to the role of the SCQF. Yes,
I just want to check. Are you taking another intervention from
Happy
Mr
to do
Kerr?
so, sorry.
Yes, Mr Kerr, I just want to keep this proper. Stephen Kerr.
Sorry, Convener. And for the record, I would just like to say that I understand and fully accept what the Cabinet Secretary has said in relation to the wording of the amendment, and I will therefore will not, when the time comes, I will not press this amendment, because I will wait to see what comes of the discussions that the Cabinet Secretary has with Pam Duncan-Glancy in relation to her Amendment 238.
Cabinet Secretary. Willie Rennie.
So just to seek clarity, are you now saying that it's the government's position that we should be naming qualifications based on the SCQF framework? Is that what you are now supporting?
Cabinet Secretary.
No, the SCQF framework is a kind of currency converter for the totality of qualifications that are delivered. And one of the challenges I think that was actually raised in Professor Louise Hayward's report was the lack of understanding. And I think that's the point Mr Kerr was making across the country in relation to how that framework is applied to qualifications. So I think we do need to look at that issue, which is the point I was making to Ms Duncan-Glancy. There have been suggestions in the past, for example, that, and I think this may have come from Professor Hayward's report, that, for example, the title of higher would be removed from qualifications. That's not a position I would support. What I have said in responding to Professor Hayward's report is that we do need to lean into the points that Ms Duncan-Glancy was making in helping to understand SCQF how that is applied to the qualifications, essentially, because I think there is a disconnect to the points Mr Kerr was making to their role in the system and to how that's applied to the qualifications body. So I think this is about communication as well, and I'm very amenable to having those discussions with members. Happy to do so.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention. My amendment 229 doesn't suggest that we would get rid of words like higher. It just says that we would make it clear. So you would have the title that people are used to plus the number, so that people could understand, people who are not examining or who are not knee-deep in what the qualification system actually means, that it would include that. So on that basis, would she be minded to support 229?
Cabinet Secretary.
the reasons I set out, but to the member's point in relation to the naming conventions here, it was an example I gave to Mr Rennie, so not necessarily specific to her amendment. I have, though, already committed in my response to Professor Hayward's review to looking at the naming convention as part of our response to reform. So that is being taken forward.
And you're now concluded, Cabinet Secretary. I just want to check.
I don't have anything. I've concluded.
Yes, thank you very much. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 229. Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And in my opening remarks on this group, I actually forgot to mention an entire amendment in my name, but thankfully Stephen Kerr picked it up and others have as well. So thank you for that. Amendment 354, of course, describes what the SCQF framework partnership is and sets that out. I've listened really carefully to the discussion. There's a couple of things I just want to pick up on. I note that my colleague George Adam made the points around Ken Muir's understanding of SCQF. And just to say that in Ken's report, he says specifically that the feedback he received indicated that giving an enhanced role to SCQF would improve support for learner journeys. In particular, it was felt that SCQF has the potential to play an enhanced role in Scottish education to support all learners' progress seamlessly on their learning journeys, recognising and valuing different types of learning, formal, informal and non-formal, and ensuring greater parity of esteem across qualifications and awards. So I think that's quite clear from Professor Muir about the value of the SCQF. Happy to take the intervention.
George Adam.
I'm just going on the evidence that Professor Muir gave at stage 1, and he's discussed the benefits of the current framework's adaptability and suggested that mandatory alignment might create unnecessary rigidity, I can't even say it, to the qualification system itself.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I welcome that intervention, but I still think that given, I mean, he's not here to answer the specific question on his behalf, but I think given what his report seeks to do, what all of the reviews seek to do, was to provide parity of esteem, including in the Hayward review, as the Cabinet Secretary's referenced. And I don't see how this confuses things. I actually think this really does clarify the picture, both for learners but also for employers, which I think is really important as well. There's a note that I'm just looking to get here from the Post-School Learning System Review, which identified, and I'll quote from it, the foundation apprenticeships, as an example, are not often viewed as comparable, and there can be little consistency in the way that education institutions treat them when assessing entry requirements for further and higher education. That's just one example of the way that the current way in which we name and understands qualifications has confused the landscape and has a real impact on young people's progression, be that to further or higher education or indeed employment. So I think it is really important that we take that on board. On the basis of the discussion that we've had across the room this morning, I'm content not to press Amendment 231 and to discuss with the Government further how we may consider the arrangement between the qualifications body and SCQF and further embed that in legislation. But I take the Cabinet Secretary's points about the language and the implications for quality assurance, and I'd be prepared to discuss that at stage 3. I'm also prepared not to press 238 on the basis that the Cabinet Secretary is prepared to work with us to look at how we could ensure regard to the SCQF framework going forward. I'm not yet convinced that there's a reason not to press 229, if I'm honest, because 229 looks to make it clearer in the naming of qualifications, as we've had a bit of interaction on this morning, the levels in SCQF. And I haven't, and to Willie Rennie's point, when Willie Rennie asked the Cabinet Secretary about support for that, I got the impression the Cabinet Secretary was supportive and that the Cabinet Secretary will look at that. And I see no reason why we can't take this bill as the opportunity to just do it. And so on that basis, I will proceed to press 229. And on 354, I think since we're mentioning in 229 the point about SCQF, it would be remiss of me not to therefore set out what the SCQF framework is in legislation. And so I feel I still need to press 354. Yes.
Ross Greer.
Yeah.
Grateful to the member for taking the intervention. On 354 in particular, but it applies across the group, I'm interested in Pam Duncan-Glancy's response to the position that's put in particular by John Mason and that I mentioned last week, that what we're talking about here is ultimately not the responsibility of a public body. The SCQF partnership is a charity here, and that is at the core of a lot of the difficulties with the amendments in this group. We have a charity that could cease to exist tomorrow, could take a completely different form tomorrow, could take completely different decisions over its role in the system tomorrow, and that is not currently legislated for. Its functions, restrictions on those, etc., are not currently legislated for. And that actually what we need is a wider discussion about the role of the SCQF partnership in the system, because we all agree it's been fantastically successful, but it is now, its form, its status as a charity is causing significant issues, because I don't think we can legislate for these particular elements when they are ultimately based on the operations of a charity that is not accountable to us through legislation.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank Ross Gray for that intervention. And I guess that's the beauty of the process that we have in this place, which is that at stage 2 we can put forward amendments and we can continue to have further amendments at stage 3. And so if the committee were minded that these things were a sensible thing to do at stage 2, we could also look at stage 3 to try and give more clarity as to the status of that particular framework. And if we're relying on a framework in Scotland that really is of value, and I think we can all agree that, in a way that doesn't have statutory provision, in the committee and government were minded that there should be some kind of statutory arrangement for that, then this is the very bill to do that in. And so I'm still not convinced that I think this would be an opportunity to not support this, but indeed to perhaps enhance it again at stage 3. And I would encourage Ross Greer to use his vote for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The question is that Amendment 229 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 229? Those against Amendment 229? The result of the vote on Amendment 229 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 229 is therefore not agreed to. The question is that Section 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 230 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 3. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. So the question is that Amendment 230 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 231 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 229. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 128. Sorry. The question is that Section 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 128 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The question is that Section 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The question is that Section 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. I call Amendment 232 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with Amendments 233 and 243. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move Amendment 232 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And if the Convener will give me one moment to reacquaint myself with notes on this particular section. The amendments that I have brought in this particular section of the bill are to embed collaboration into the culture and the legal framework of Scotland's education system. We know that the failures of the past that have been documented have resulted in a level of disconnected policy making, where curriculum, learning and assessment and qualifications somewhat were treated in silo, and we've ended up with a situation, in fact, that has meant that curriculum hasn't always been driven by the needs of what young people want to learn in the classroom, the needs of what we need them to learn for the future, or the needs of what the teaching profession and indeed employers think they should have, but in fact by assessment. And I think that's something that we've all recognised, and indeed is one of the reasons why I think it's really important that we take on board many of the views that have been the reviews that have been suggested. The amendments, I think, begin to try and correct that. Amendment 232 and 243 establish a two-way duty of collaborative relationships between Qualifications Scotland, the new qualifications body, and Education Scotland, so that we can create a system whereby effectively the assessment is driven by the curriculum rather than the other way around. And I think that's really, really important. And whilst organisations have standing relationships with different parts of the sector, we know that it could be stronger, and we know that in places it has fallen short. So this collaborative relationship, I think, is crucial. It's also what the OECD independent reports such as Ken Muir's report and the Louise Hayward report said, and I think it could enable the progress towards the culture of collaboration and coherency across learning, assessment and qualifications that I think most of us agree is needed. Amendment 233 in my name strengthens the existing collaboration duty of Qualifications Scotland by requiring them to work with others rather than having regard to the desirability of it. In some ways, we can get bogged down in semantics, but actually the language in the legislation on this collaboration, I think, is really, really important. I think that to have a situation whereby we have national agencies operating in the education landscape and they only having regard to the desirability of collaboration, I think is just a step too weak. And I'd like to propose in this amendment that we amend that to say that they should work with each other in order to give that coherence, collaboration and consistency to the system that I think everybody knows we need. Thank you, Convener.
I thank Ms Duncan-Glancy for her amendments on Qualifications Scotland's responsibilities to work with others. I agree this is an important matter for us to consider. Amendment 232 specifies that Qualifications Scotland must work in collaboration with Education Scotland, and that fully aligns with my intention for increased consultation, and I support the intention behind this amendment. Education Scotland is, however, an executive agency of Scottish ministers. Statutory functions should not be conferred on such agencies, as they do not have their own separate legal personality from that of Scottish ministers. So in legal terms, there is, strictly speaking, nothing on which this duty would operate. Similarly, I note Amendment 243 seeks a reciprocal arrangement for Education Scotland to work with Qualifications Scotland, though it is slightly uneven here in imposing a more qualified duty on Education Scotland. For the same reasons, though, I support the principle of this, but it will need to be reworked, and I'd be happy to work with Ms Duncan-Glancy to adjust these for stage 3 and ask if she does not press these amendments.
Would the Cabinet Secretary take an intervention?
I will.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention. And isn't this an opportunity to provide that statutory responsibility? If there isn't anything, as the Cabinet Secretary says, to hang that on, is this not an opportunity to do it?
Ross, sorry, Cabinet Secretary.
Well, in responding to Ms Duncan-Glancy, I've said I'm happy to have that discussion with her ahead of stage 3, though the way that the amendments are drafted at the current time, particularly in relation to Education Scotland, is going to be problematic, I think it's fair to say, because, of course, it does not have that own kind of separate legal separation from Scottish ministers. So I think we need to be quite careful, because Education Scotland is not established in statute. So the way in which the amendment is drafted just now, I don't think it's going to have the effect she desires, though I am supportive of that in principle.
Okay.
Amendment 233 requires Qualifications Scotland to work with others, as opposed to the bill's current reference to the desirability of working with others. Now, I think this amendment goes further than is necessary and weakens Qualifications Scotland's ability to make judgments on who they should work with. I think the existing wording still achieves what Ms Duncan-Glancy wants here. I do, however, understand the point the amendment makes, and while I do not support it, I think that other amendments in this group, so in Groups 8 and Group 10, which I support, will go some way to assuring the member that Qualifications Scotland will work effectively with others in this system. So, for example, amendments that require Qualifications Scotland to have regard to other public bodies throughout the Scottish education and skills system, such as Education Scotland, Skills Development Scotland, the SFC and the SEQF partnership. I hope I've given the member a level of reassurance. I hope it has persuaded her to reconsider pressing that amendment.
To wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 232. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. On the basis of the offer to work together at stage 3, I'd be happy not to press 232 or 234. I'm not convinced that I want necessarily, or that it would be a useful situation to allow that level of I guess, flex, I might call it, that Qualifications Scotland could decide not to work with a group of people or otherwise. I think what we've seen in the past few years is a complete failure, really, of the National Qualifications Body to do that collaboration well. And it worries me that we would weaken that duty. So I will, yes.
Ross Greer.
Thank you.
I'm grateful to the member for taking the intervention. I was just wondering if Pam Duncan-Glancy would agree with me that these amendments, the principle behind these amendments, I take on board the Cabinet Secretary's point around the specifics of Education Scotland being an executive agency, for example, but the principle behind them shouldn't be necessary, but the performance of these bodies over the last 5 to 10 years in particular, over a longer period of time, has unfortunately demonstrated why they are, most particularly that we have a national qualifications body as it stands and a curricular body who between them decided that you could take up to 9 National 5 qualifications, but that each one required a 140-hour course requirement, despite the fact that you cannot timetable 9 times 140 hours into a school year. We had
Sorry,
Mr.
Greer is intervening on Ms Duncan-Glancy. We'll get there eventually with that one, Cabinet Secretary.
Just asking Ms Duncan-Glancy if she agreed with me how farcical the situation is. We've got to the point where our National Qualifications Body and our National Curriculum Body, based in the same building, could not speak to each other on something as fundamental as whether you could actually timetable 9 times 140 into a school year.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank Ross Greer for that intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree, and it's the reason that I think Amendment 233 is actually very, very important. And if the Cabinet Secretary were minded to intervene on me, she may be able to respond to the point that that she had hoped to intervene on Ross Greer for, if she wishes
Cabinet
to.
If the member would allow me. So I think Mr Greer raises an important point. It was a point actually that I raised with the SQA when sitting on that side of the table some years ago, along with Mr Greer and along with Ms Smith, on the timetabling of the qualifications and the hours associated with those qualifications. And part of the challenge here, because he's absolutely right to raise points around about the SQA and Education Scotland not essentially having good working relationships in terms of how those qualifications were delivered. But part of the challenge here, to my mind, is how you have teachers embedded in these organisations. So in the previous, I think, not the last group, the first group, I spoke to some of the work that I've introduced in relation to how we have that schools unit in Education Scotland. We have a head teacher in there, seconded out of school, who is going to be in charge of leading that qualifications work. I think that's hugely important that you have qualified teachers on the ground informing what we're doing in all aspects in relation to qualifications reform. It's also why, in terms of the curriculum improvement cycle, which is also relevant here, we've got head teachers in working to lead that. So I hear the arguments being put. I also know the background to this legislation is that inherent lack of trust, I think, in the qualifications body that we know exists within the teaching profession, but also, I think, within parents and carers and young people who've come through the system. So it is about rebuilding trust. I think some of the changes that we've brought forward in relation to the schools unit, in relation to working differently with our teachers to do curriculum improvement, addresses some of that. I do think putting this wording in is perhaps overly prescriptive in relation to the legislation itself. I'm not necessarily sure it is required at this time, although I'm listening to the arguments.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Secretary for that intervention, and I recognise the work that she's outlined, including bringing teachers in to do the work that's necessary. And actually, I think that's another reason to require Qualifications Scotland to consult with Education Scotland, because they do have this enhanced provision in there, and it is important that they have that collaboration across one another, and that they don't have the wriggle room to decide when they think actually it wasn't. We paid due regard and decided that it wasn't necessary to do it. It would be my fear, which is why I still believe that Amendment 233 is important. And so my intention would be to not press 232 or 234, but to press 233. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Unless Ms Duncan-Glancy is happy to take another intervention?
Yes.
Cabinet Secretary.
So I'm listening to the member's points. I'm pretty supportive of where she is. So in listening and responding to that, I'm not going to resist that amendment because I think the arguments that have been set out are compelling. I've given her a response today in relation to some of the work that I've undertaken to try to build in a better relationship. But look, I take on board the points she's made. I think they're reasonable, Convener, so happy to support the amendment from the government's perspective.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I welcome that support from the government and for the understanding of the arguments that we've put forward today, and I will press 233 on that basis. Thank you.
Pam Duncan-Glancy seeks to withdraw Amendment 232. Does any member object? Amendment 232 is therefore withdrawn. I call Amendment 233 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 232. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 233 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. The question is that Section 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 234 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to and move Amendment 234 and speak to all other amendments in the group. Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And the group of amendments and the number of amendments in this group in my name are about what we would expect from Qualifications Scotland in practice, how it will make decisions, who it will listen to and engage, and what principles it will prioritise. I believe the amendments in this group strengthen the duties in the bill by ensuring Qualifications Scotland isn't just delivering qualifications, but indeed is building a system that is relevant, accessible, future-facing and rooted in collaboration, building on the previous amendments. My amendments here ensure that they're not just also keeping up with change, but they help to drive it. They recognise the importance of economic trends, emerging industries and developments in learning. All of the amendments in this group, I think, create a qualification system that serves the learner and the labour market, from renewables and digital to the care economy and beyond. I don't think we can allow or afford for Qualifications Scotland to work in isolation, and we've just discussed a bit of that. And these amendments, I think, build bridges with key public agencies, including SFC, SDS, Education Scotland and others, to create that joined-up coherence in the system that we know has been suggested that it's lacked. Learners are navigating an increasingly complex educational employment landscape, and these amendments help to bring clarity and consistency. Amendment 234 in my name requires Qualifications Scotland to have regard to education and training that reflects the current and future needs of Scotland's economy. We believe, or I believe, and supporters of this amendment believe, that this would ensure qualifications and thus learners can contribute to Scotland's future, not just in terms of what we need in our public services, but also in our economic resilience and workforce preparedness. I think this is essential to deliver Scotland's qualification system in a way that is future-facing and doesn't lag behind economic demand, or indeed risks leaving learners unprepared for the realities of the future. I think Amendment 235 builds on this and requires Qualifications Scotland to be aware of and up to date with developments in learning across the whole range of knowledge and skills required, and that which are tested by qualifications delivered by Qualifications Scotland. We heard Professor Muir, Donaldson and Priestley have all supported a dynamic learning culture, and that by requiring Qualifications Scotland to be aware of that and up to date of developments in learning across the range of knowledge and skills that are tested, I hope that we could achieve what their aspirations were on that basis. I also think that the amendment will support ongoing development and improvement of qualifications. We are supportive. I'm supportive of the Cabinet Secretary's amendment number 55. Amendment 240. I believe that makes the system much more simplified and coherent, creating a system which is accessible for all learners. I think Amendment 236 in Stephen Kerr's name, I think it's largely trying to achieve something similar to what my amendment will achieve, but we would be supportive of it. Amendment 237 requires Qualifications Scotland to have regard to any recommendations made by the SFC, SDS and SDS when making decisions. This is an attempt to try and, again, provide some coherence. We have the Parliament is currently considering 2 bills in education. In fact, I think it's probably a wee bit more than that, but two bills within this landscape, including post-16 education. And this amendment seeks to try and make sure there's that collaboration across the systems, so that any recommendations from those bodies can be picked up in Qualifications Scotland as well. I think that's a strong, I believe, amendment to ensure accountability and collaboration. Yes, I will.
Ross Greer.
Thanks. Very grateful, and I strongly agree with the principle of this Amendment 237 and on exactly the point that Pam Duncan-Glancy is just making. I wonder if she would agree with me that there would need to be an equal and opposite duty perhaps included in the tertiary education bill to make sure that those bodies gave due regard to any recommendations that Qualifications Scotland made to them, so that there is equality in both directions here.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, and yes, I would be supportive of doing so in both directions, and hopefully I'll have time, and we'll all have time and headspace to turn our attentions to the amendments on that particular bill in due course. But yes, I'll remind myself of this conversation at that point and think it would be entirely sensible to make the cross-reference. The Amendment 239 in my name I think, again, strengthens Qualifications Scotland's collaboration with Education Scotland to look at making sure it is cognisant and takes account of recommendations of Education Scotland. Again, on the point the Cabinet Secretary herself made earlier on about some of the changes in curriculum, that has to drive the assessment. I think we can all agree with that. And so that amendment seeks to strengthen that collaboration and make sure that the direction of travel is the right one, so that our young people are learning in the curriculum what they need for the future, as opposed to learning just for test. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross Greer speak to Amendment 34 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. My Amendment 34 simply applies a principle of transparency to the operations of the organisation. Again, it's a reflection on the process that led us to this point, where the lack of transparency at the SQA and the lack of trust in the SQA that the Cabinet Secretary has already acknowledged this morning is the key driver behind this whole process. It has been particularly difficult for Parliament to hold the organisation to account, but it's also been difficult for the key stakeholders involved in the SQA and who are critical to its success and it being respected within the landscape. They have found it incredibly challenging to understand what's going on, never mind to feel that their positions have been taken on board. So, for example, it should not be a requirement that whatever advice the Learner Panel gives to the SQA or what will be the Learner Interest Committee gives to Qualifications Scotland has to be followed. But they should be able to understand, it should be clear to them how the organisation has taken on board that advice and what its response to that is. Now, we're dealing with some of the specifics of that elsewhere in terms of the committees, but I want to apply a general principle of transparency to how the organisation operates, because the lack of transparency is one of the key reasons why we've got to this point in the process. Now, Amendment 4 is following the same principle as my Amendments 2 and 3 around prioritising the needs of those who are undertaking qualifications and those who are delivering qualifications here in Scotland. But given that I've already agreed with the Cabinet Secretary and I've not pressed 2 and 3, I will take the same approach with 4, and we can come back with something that packages all that together for stage 3. Amendment 5 is actually essentially replaced by 61 in the Strategic Advisory Council group, so I won't be pressing that, and we can have that debate fully at that point to save time here. Amendment 6 deals with a couple of different issues that have already been touched upon. Part of it is about coherence in the system. So rather than, or perhaps alongside naming the various specific organisations, other key public organisations that I think Qualifications Scotland should be working with and should have coherence with, this is trying to apply the kind of general principle of policy coherence across government to Qualifications Scotland. So, for example, if it is decided that, which is essentially already the case, life sciences are a key strategic economic priority for Scotland, Qualifications Scotland should have regard as to whether the qualifications that they are offering are contributing to that. For example, are they developing national qualifications that are meeting the needs of colleges and universities who are offering courses in life sciences, for example? You could apply that to other areas, like whether we are meeting the particularly acute workforce needs in social care.
Can I maybe take an intervention on that?
Miles Briggs.
Been listening to what he has to say. My only concern with regards to this amendment is it's politicising, I think, Qualifications Scotland, in the sense that this would be a duty to basically take into account the government of the day's priorities in the development of those courses. Does he recognise that, and has he thought about what that could actually mean for an organisation which should be focused on what the economy needs, not what politicians' priorities necessarily are in government?
Ross Greer.
I think that's a fair point. So that's why I landed on the language of have regard to. So it's not a requirement that Qualifications Scotland must follow the specific priorities as set out by the government of the time, but have regard to, because there is a challenge here. There's a number of challenges. There's a core democratic challenge of governments, regardless of what political hue or ideology. If they are the government, they have a democratic mandate to pursue whatever course of action they're pursuing. But there's also a challenge here of, if priorities are not set out by government, who are they set out by? So Parliament, we may have as close to a consensus as is possible around a whole range of issues. I would suggest the example I gave of life sciences is probably one of those where we all agree that is a strategic priority for Scotland. But somebody needs to set out these priorities. So, for example, if we take an area that's been discussed recently, there are thousands of gas boiler engineers in Scotland who at some point, and we do disagree on the timescale for this, but at some point over the coming years will need retrained to at least alongside being a gas boiler engineer, will also need to be qualified in the installation and maintenance of heat pumps, for example. We need to make sure that our qualification system is actually providing for them and their long-term economic security. You could apply that to other areas. The film and TV industry, for example, I actually think is quite a good example of where the SQA has been quite nimble and responded, not just to the needs of industry, but to other public bodies, because it is not unusual for us to hear criticism, often in private, from officials at other public bodies in Scotland that they've not had the engagement that they needed from the SQA and have not been able to update or indeed develop new qualifications to meet the needs of a particular sector of the economy. The screen sector is one that in recent years there's been excellent collaboration between the SQA and Screen Scotland. What I want to make sure is that there's a kind of underlying principle here to try and mainstream that approach across the piece to make sure that Qualification Scotland are playing their role in those wider efforts. If I can move on to the Cabinet Secretary's amendments, I agree with all of those. I particularly want to congratulate the young people, their parents and carers and the organisations that work with them who campaigned for the BSL provisions that the Cabinet Secretary has taken forward. I think it's worth us all congratulating them on the efforts that they've made here. On Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments, very briefly, 234 I agree with. I think it aligns with my 6 and 35, which is elsewhere. 235 I absolutely agree with. I would suggest if the SQA had been keeping up to date with developments in pedagogy up until this point, our qualification system, certainly our exam system, would look very different to the one that we have at the moment, which is almost, in its fundamental principles, almost entirely unchanged from the system that was first set up in the Victorian era to have a national exam system in Scotland. 240 is the one of Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments that I do have some concerns with, because I think simplified and coherent are, to me, different aims, and I can get behind the principle of coherence. I'm quite wary about what simplified means. I think it means something different to all of us, or certainly from discussions in the past. I think that the Cabinet Secretary and I have different ideas on the desirability of a simplified system, and that perhaps different ideas on which qualifications are or are no longer necessary, which is why I'm wary about putting that in legislation, certainly without expanding or clarifying what simplified means, because the drafting of that amendment also it says simplified rather than simple. So are we going to be in a never-ending process of trying to simplify the system regardless of how simple it ever eventually becomes? So 240 is the one I'm not particularly convinced by at this stage, to be honest. 237 that I've already covered. I strongly agree with the principle of that. I think we need to make sure that cuts both ways, though. I agree with Pam Duncan-Glancy's 239 and Stephen Kerr's 236. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 54 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Ms Duncan-Glancy and Mr Greer for explaining the purpose of their amendments. And in general, many of these amendments align with the fundamental principles and values under which Qualification Scotland should operate. There are a number of amendments that require Qualification Scotland to have regard to the advice and recommendations given to it by Education Scotland, the Scottish Funding Council and Skills Development Scotland. And like the SQA, Qualification Scotland will have an inherent requirement to work effectively with these organisations to deliver in the interests of Scotland's children and young people and adult learners. And while I do not necessarily believe this needs to be prescribed in legislation, I recognise the level of reassurance it will provide to the system to make clear that these organisations working in the same space will collaborate as appropriate. There are a few drafting amendments issues in relation to Amendments 236 and 237 that will need to be refined, though, including how we describe Education Scotland and SDS to ensure that works in legislation. I highlighted this point in discussion in Group 9. I'm also not quite sure that the language of recommendations is quite right in terms of expressing the nature of this collaborative relationship. So I'm keen to work with Mr Kerr and with Ms Duncan-Glancy on these ahead of Stage 3, and I would ask that they do not press these amendments today. I would also ask that Ms Duncan-Glancy does not press Amendment 239 and works with us on Amendment 236 instead, if Mr Kerr is content, of course. And I now turn to Amendments 55 and 56, which place duties on Qualifications Scotland to have regard to the needs of those who use British Sign Language in the context of learning BSL medium education and those who teach the British Sign Language. And I echo the points made by Mr Greer in congratulating the BSL community, and particularly children and young people, for all their campaigning in this space. Members will note that I have lodged Amendment 54, which adds an express reference to children and young people as a distinct user group whose needs and interests need to be taken account of by Qualifications Scotland. That amendment recognises children and young people often have different requirements to others who may use Qualifications Scotland services. Now, Mr Greer has lodged Amendment 4 that seeks to change the wording and require Qualifications Scotland to prioritise rather than have regard to the needs and interests of those using its services. And while I understand the intention behind that amendment, I am concerned about the expectations we are setting through the use of that word prioritise. Qualifications Scotland will, of course, need to have regard to its service users as a high priority, but I also want to reassure Mr Greer, as I said in the session last week, that I agree it is important Qualifications Scotland prioritises services for children, young people and adult learners. But as a public body that operates in an education and skills ecosystem, it also needs to have as a priority, when essential, other duties for public bodies that might be from time to time conflicting with the priorities of service users. So learners themselves will also have conflicting ideas in terms of what they would prioritise, so it will be challenging to prioritise all. So, for example, if we have candidates undertaking qualifications that might want to see certain topics or assessment methods prioritised, that might differ from the needs of employers or the higher and further education sector. So it's essential that Qualifications Scotland, with the support of their new governance arrangements, are able to make those judgment calls. And by including that term prioritise, we are potentially setting the organisation up for challenge when certain priorities of different groups have not been met, despite reasonable and valid reasons for them not being so. So to that end, I want to emphasise the term have regard to is not without impact. It does require Qualifications Scotland to fully consider the needs and interests of all of those who use its services and ensure that they have been factored into their decisions and the delivery of their functions. Given those assurances, I would ask Mr Greer not to press Amendment 4. Happy to do so.
Thank you. I'm happy not to press Amendment 4, and I take on board the Cabinet Secretary's point about the impact that language around have regard to, give due regard to, etc. Should have, and it is intended to have in legislation. Would the Cabinet Secretary acknowledge, though, that there are already requirements in legislation for the SQA to have regard to, give due regard to a variety of factors, and part of the reason why we're here is that they've not, and that therefore it is worth us asking the question, well, how can we strengthen in legislation these requirements? Understanding entirely that the solutions to this particular problem are not all in legislation. Some of them are cultural and organisational. It's not appropriate to try and legislate for that. But that it is worth us exploring how we can address some of what perhaps were the deficiencies in the legislation underpinning the SQA.
Yeah, I mean, I thank Mr Greer for his question. I think I'm not necessarily completely convinced that it was deficiencies in the legislation that led to some of the challenges within the SQA that we are all very alive to. However, I take his point in terms of that existing in current legislation and that perhaps not changing if we follow a similar route. The issue here is with that word prioritisation and the impact that would have. So I'm happy to work with the member on that in providing those reassurances. Now, Mr Greer's Amendment 5 requires Qualifications Scotland to provide the Strategic Advisory Council with information it has requested. I know he's lodged an alternative option in Group 13 under Amendment 61, which I fully support, so I would ask that he does not press this one. And finally, I turn to the range of amendments from members that seek to place additional duties and considerations for Qualifications Scotland to factor into the exercise of their functions. So Ms Duncan Glancy has lodged Amendments 234 and 235. Those amendments aim to ensure Qualifications Scotland promotes education and training that takes account of Scotland's economic needs and ensures the body also takes account of development in knowledge and skills learning in relation to Qualifications Scotland. Those two amendments embed activity that Qualifications Scotland will inherently need to undertake to ensure their services remain aligned to our system's needs and that qualifications remain relevant. I would fully expect that to be a natural part of their work, but to deliver additional assurances, I support Amendment 234 today. I also support the principle of Amendment 235. However, I would be interested in working with Ms Duncan Glancy on some minor terminology changes ahead of Stage 3, and I therefore ask that she does not press that amendment. Yes, I will.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. Can the Cabinet Secretary clarify what particular language concerns or concerns with the drafting of that amendment she has at this point.
Cabinet Secretary.
Forgive me, it's in relation to the wording in terms of knowledge and skills learning. So we would like to revisit that. I would like to revisit that with Ms Duncan Glancy ahead of stage 3 if she would be supportive of that approach. It's just some tweaks in terms of the terminology and how that's expressed at the current time. I also support the principle of Amendment 235, as I think I've spoken to, and I would be interested in working with Ms Duncan Glancy to that end. Mr Greer has lodged Amendment 6, which places a duty on Qualifications Scotland to have regard to Scottish Ministers' economic, social and environmental priorities. Alignment with government objectives is a fundamental obligation for Scotland's public bodies. It's the role of the Board of Qualifications Scotland to ensure this. But Scottish Ministers also set out priorities for public bodies via strategic guidance letters annually, which include priorities in the area Mr Greer has listed. And while I do not believe such an amendment is strictly needed, I am content that this amendment is supported today in order to provide those additional assurances that those factors are considered. Mr Greer has also lodged Amendment 34, which seeks to ensure Qualifications Scotland acts as a transparent and in a transparent and accountable way. And I agree with Mr Greer, this must be a founding tenet of Qualifications Scotland, just as it should be, and is for all public bodies. However, I cannot support this amendment as drafted, but I am keen to work with him on an alternative approach. I think it would be much more effective to define the activities and processes which would deliver that transparency and accountability, rather than having an overarching principle, which is how this amendment is currently drafted. And as drafted, what constitutes transparent and accountable behaviour is often open to interpretation. This means Qualifications Scotland could be behaving in line with best practice on transparency and accountability, but those behaviours could always be challenged as not being transparent or accountable enough. The bill already gives many examples of such activities and processes that support greater transparency and accountability, such as the interest committees, the charters and reporting duties, and many amendments from Mr Greer and other members which also seek to embed specific, transparent and accountable behaviours. So I would ask Mr Greer not to press this amendment with a view to working with me to build on this ahead of stage 3. Finally, Convener, I turn to Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 240, which seeks to prescribe a duty on Qualifications Scotland to have regard to simplifying or ensuring the coherence of the qualification system. And the simplification of our qualification system is one of the key recommendations from that the Scottish Government accepted from the Independent Review of Assessment and Qualifications. There are a range of actions that are already underway by the SQA to support the delivery of this commitment, which members around this table will be aware of, which Qualifications Scotland are taking forward. So, for example, the SQA are undertaking a review and a rationalisation of their qualifications offer. However, the qualifications training and skills system is vast and has many actors with aligned but often different responsibilities. So while Qualifications Scotland will have a role in this and will be working towards simplifying their own qualifications offer, they do not have that oversight role for the entire system, and it's therefore not within the gift of Qualifications Scotland alone to simplify the entire system or to ensure coherence across this. So for these reasons, I do not support this amendment, and I would ask the member not to press it. Happy to do so.
I'm Duncan Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention, and I'm minded at this stage not to press 240 for some of the reasons that my colleague Ross Greer outlined earlier on in terms of the language used, and to look at how we can use some of the SCQF stuff that we've done and what we might achieve at stage 3 in this respect. But can I ask Cabinet Secretary if it's not the area of responsibility that is Qualifications Scotland to simplify the system? Whose responsibility is it?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah. I think the point I was making in my response to Ms Duncan Glancy's amendment there is it's not just Qualifications Scotland. So she asked the question, who is it? The system is broad in Scotland, as I think we heard from Mr Kerr. There are a variety of different actors in the education system in Scotland. So I'm not necessarily sure there's an overarching responsibility that rests with the purpose Ms Duncan Glancy is driving at. What I have done today, though, and I think we need to be mindful, there's a lot of amendments we will talk to today which are not necessarily within the scope of, I think, what was originally quite a focused bill on creating a new qualifications body. But quite rightly, members have raised, as the member has done today, other issues which are relevant and pertinent, I think, to educational delivery in Scotland today. I think more broadly, this is perhaps some of the work that we could look at in relation to that conversation around accreditation and that broader educational landscape that exists in Scotland when we talk to some of those actors too. But to my mind, as I've set out, it's not a matter for Qualifications Scotland alone to be undertaking this work. They are already, however, undertaking their own process in relation to rationalisation, which is well underway, and I'd be more than happy to write to the committee to give a further update in relation to that work and how it's been progressing.
Thank you. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 236 and other amendments in the group.
Well, in the light of what I've heard the Cabinet Secretary say, I think I've got a relatively easy task here because, of course, more than happy to collaborate with the Cabinet Secretary in respect to Amendment 236. But I do think that this group of amendments goes to the very heart of why we have gotten to the place we've arrived at, because of the issue of trust, which the Cabinet Secretary herself highlighted, and I think also the comments from Ross Greer and Pam Duncan-Glancy have underlined the importance of this legislation restoring, and the language around restoring that trust. And that's why 236, I think, is important, because it answers a fundamental question, as do the other amendments, as to how should a national qualifications body approach its work. And we're trying to be helpful, I think, in this bill by indicating what that approach should be. So what this does, this 236, is it inserts a general and an additional general duty to Qualifications Scotland to act in a way that respects the professional judgment of teachers and practitioners. And that principle of professional respect is not just symbolic. I believe it's crucial. And this historic breakdown of trust that we're all talking about between the SQA and its many interconnecting audiences and collaborators is especially true, I'm afraid, with teachers. Ken Muir said, and I quote from his review, there was a consistent call and feedback received for the rebalancing of the relationship between schools and national agencies. Teachers and school leaders felt unheard and constrained by inflexible systems and a lack of professional trust. So this amendment responds directly to that. In fact, this whole group of amendments does. And Qualifications Scotland should not merely serve learners in a vacuum. It should work in partnership with and respect for those who teach, mentor and assess learners daily, because it is inarguable that education is in a tricky spot at the moment on any international comparison. Scottish educational outcomes have declined over the past decade or so. The SQA has failed repeatedly with a lack of trust in that institution, a key reason, as I say, why we are here in the first place. And whilst Education Scotland, to many people, is an organisation with little influence or positive impact on education, a point that I made earlier, and I'm no doubt will come back to, many parents feel estranged from their child's school life, and many teachers fear that the institutions, both educational and parliamentary, will not have their back when needed. And this must change. And this amendment, along with others I've submitted, not least my amendments on whistleblowing, aim to steer education back to where I think there's a broad consensus that it needs to be. Because if our education system is to live up to its great heritage, where Scottish education is recognised as world leading and is key to why Scots pioneered the modern world, subject that I think we could all wax lyrical on for a long time, with great inventions and institutions, then we must, I think, put teachers back in the driving seat of the curriculum. And the bill, as it currently stands, includes the duty to promote and advance education and training and to have regard to the needs and interests of persons using its services. And this is a formulation repeated in other statutory bodies, but these are generalised statements. And Amendment 236 proposes something precise. And I think that's been the theme of our debate around this group, something more precise, something more responsive to the issues identified as being at the heart of why we need a reform process, why we need this bill, and the need also to treat Scotland's educators not as delivery agents, but as valued professionals. And if we are to ensure lasting change, we must define and legislate for the values that will guide that work. And Amendment 236 in particular puts front and centre the respect for teaching professionals that too often has been neglected by national agencies. And I urge the committee to support it, but I don't think I need to actually include that last sentiment, because I will fall in line with what has been recommended by the Cabinet Secretary and not push it, but have it come back in a more acceptable form for all of us.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 234. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. My intention in this group is to press 234 because I think I've got support for it and I feel it's an important amendment. I won't press 235, 240, 237 or 239 at this point on the basis of, for 239, that Stephen Kerr's amendment is preferred, and I think it does what mine was seeking to do closely anyway. So on that basis, I won't press mine for that. On the basis of 240, I think that I'm compelled by Ross Greer's argument about language around simplicity, simplified, constant simplification. And I'm keen to work at stage 3 to find another mechanism or another way to say what I think we both agree is necessary. I'm not as convinced, if I have to say, I mean, the outcome will be the same, so I won't press 240, but I'm not as convinced about the Cabinet Secretary's point around the responsibility for this coherence. I think having many bodies organising different aspects of qualifications, if there's too many, then there is no leadership. And I think that's part of the problem that we've seen in education in Scotland. So I'm not as convinced by the Cabinet Secretary's argument, but nonetheless, I will work with Ross Greer at stage 3 to bring an amendment that I think could carry the support of Parliament. On 235, on the basis that the Cabinet Secretary is prepared to work with us, work with me to look at how we could have regard to developments in knowledge and skills, but look at that language around knowledge and skills. I won't press 235 on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 234 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 34 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 234. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 235 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 234. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 4 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 234. Ross Greer to move or not move? I call Amendments 54, 55 and 56, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, all previously debated with Amendment 234. I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendments 54 to 56 en bloc.
Moved.
Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 54 to 56? No member has objected. The question is that Amendments 54 to 56 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 5 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 234. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 6 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 234. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 240 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 234. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 236 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 234. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 237 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 234. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 238 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 229. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 239 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 234. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
The question is that Section 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes. Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 241 in the name of Katie Clark, already debated with Amendment 224. On behalf of Katie Clark, Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I think, therefore, that's a suitable time to suspend and we will have a 10-minute comfort break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We move on to Section 8, and I call Amendment 57 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with Amendments 7, 8, 58, 242, 59 and 60. Ross Greer to move Amendment 57 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. In moving this, I'm going to start off with Amendment 58, just by way of explanation. I think it makes for the most coherent sequencing here. So 58 is hopefully quite a simple amendment, but it reflects the feedback that certainly I've had, and I know that other members have had, the significant disillusionment from those who have given their time in good faith to give advice to the SQA in recent years and have felt that that has either not been taken on board, or they simply then never hear back. They don't know what has happened as a result of that. Now, it would be inappropriate to mandate that Qualifications Scotland has to take on board whatever advice it's received. Advice can be contradictory, not all advice is correct. Two perfectly reasonable pieces of advice can be mutually exclusive. So that's not what I'm seeking to do here. What I am seeking to do, though, is just quite simply provide a feedback loop to the Strategic Advisory Council in particular. If we're expecting people to contribute to the success of the organisation through the Strategic Advisory Council, and we expect them, as is specified in the legislation, to provide advice to the organisation, I think it's only reasonable to require the organisation to then feed back to the Advisory Council how it has decided to act in response to that advice. So that's what 58 seeks to do. 57, 7 and 8 are a group on consultation requirements. And really it's just about expanding the groups that we think that Qualifications Scotland should, as it goes about discharging its duties, consult with. So again, it's not a requirement, because these are going into a section that specifies Qualifications Scotland should consult where it believes it is appropriate to do so. So not in all circumstances. It goes back to what I described last week in terms of the nudge that we are trying to give the organisation. It is not necessary for Qualifications Scotland to consult widely in every instance on every decision that it's making, but I do want them to actively consider whether or not they should be doing that. And there have been a range of events, certainly in the last 5 years, I would argue the last 10 to 20, where the SQA would have benefited from consulting widely with students, with learners, with teachers and lecturers in particular, on relatively simple decisions where the consultation requirements wouldn't have been onerous. You know, yes-no survey type responses would have got very valuable data back. So you see in Amendment 8 in particular, that's where it specifies who we're talking about here. So I do think as a routine matter, of course, Qualifications Scotland should be consulting with the Learner Interest Committee and the Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee. But I've also specified here those undertaking qualifications and those who are delivering the qualifications, i.e. your students and your teachers and lecturers, and then a catch-all for any others that they believe to be appropriate. So again, this is about trying to provide a clear direction of travel, an indication of what we expect from the organisation, without being too prescriptive about all the circumstances under which they have to consult. But it is making the point that just consulting with the committees is not necessarily enough, and that they should consider whether in certain circumstances it's appropriate to be consulting more widely. That's certainly an element of the feedback that we've received up until now, is even where good quality consultation has actually taken place, for example with the learner panel of the SQA, that the vast majority of learners in Scotland obviously don't know anything about that, and that there would be circumstances where that wider consultation, even if the response was not necessarily taken on board, the act of consultation in and of itself generates buy-in to the decisions that are eventually made. It generates good faith in the organisation. Amendment 60 is an unusual one. I will acknowledge from the start I'm not aware of other circumstances where we are so specific in legislation with a public body that they have to give due regard to the views expressed by Parliament. But again, that is reflecting the experience that we have had with the SQA that has brought us to this point. It would not be appropriate to specify that all recommendations made by Parliament are taken on board. I think we can all acknowledge that much as our committee inquiry reports are generally of a very high quality, that it's not necessarily the case that we get everything right all the time, and we cannot mandate that those be followed.
Would the member give way?
Yes. John Mason.
Yeah, I thank the member for giving way. I mean, I take his point that it would be that we'd like to think that committees are listened to outside these four walls, but I mean, by putting this specifically in, and therefore we've got oodles of other legislation where it doesn't say that, you know, is there not an imbalance, a danger of that, that we're specifically saying in this case they should be listening to the committee, and in every other piece of legislation they shouldn't?
I acknowledge that point. I'm grateful for the intervention. I would argue that, in general, and much as it's not perfect and we all have frustrations about a variety of public bodies, in general, the vast majority of public bodies are more responsive to Parliament than the SQA has been. It has been a pretty extreme example of disregarding recommendations, views expressed by Parliament over a long period of time. Indeed, if our predecessor committee that myself, Liz Smith and the Cabinet Secretary were on at the time, if the report that we produced, and I believe 2017 might have been 2018, had been fully taken on board by the SQA, this bill may not have actually been necessary in the first place. They were given multiple opportunities. So I take on board John Mason's point. I don't think that would necessarily follow that other public bodies would then simply cease having regard to the instructions issued by Parliament, because in practice that generally happens. The point I'm trying to address here is that in this specific instance...
Would the member give way again?
Yes.
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way, and I take on board what he's said in response. But, I mean, he seems, from his argument and from my experience, it does seem to be more the people involved who weren't taking regard to what the committee said, or even the government, perhaps. But that's always a risk in almost every situation. So I just really wonder if putting it in legislation is not kind of overdoing it, and I still have a fear, because the same could happen in other organisations. Other organisations might just stop listening to Parliament. But I don't think we can put it into all the legislation.
I take the member's point. I don't think it's an unreasonable point. I think he is broadly correct that a lot of this does come down to individuals. And part of the challenge we've got throughout this bill is, in a lot of instances, we are trying to legislate for a cultural change, which is hard to do. And ideally, legislation is not the way through which you change culture, but legislation is the opportunity that we have as Parliament to do that. I would hope that the government will take a range of other measures as the organisation is set up to make sure it has a different culture to what's gone before it. And without seeking to personalise this, I would point out, though, that as much as, yes, the criticisms can be made of individuals, the points, particularly around taking on board views expressed by Parliament, that is an issue that was consistent at the SQA throughout changes in its leadership. So there was a wider cultural challenge there, rather than saying it was simply down to one or two individuals not having sufficient respect for Parliament. That problem persisted throughout changes in... Yes.
Liz Smith.
I think Mr Greer has given a very good assessment of...
Sorry, if you could just... There we go, we're fine.
That's okay. I think Mr Greer has given a very good assessment of what went wrong. He sits on the Finance Committee, as I do, as Mr Mason does, and he knows that there are discussions about how public bodies are accountable to the Parliament. There's going to be a big discussion for the next Parliament as to exactly how we improve that. Does he think that that process of improving that accountability, which is what effectively we're trying to do, that to ensure that SQA is much more accountable for its actions and therefore held to account if there's something wrong, does he feel that that is just a problem for the relationship between one body, in this case SQA, and this committee, or is there a wider issue here about how we try to improve that whole scrutiny of public bodies?
I'm very grateful to the Liz Smith for the intervention, and she's absolutely right. There's a much wider challenge here, a multifaceted one, I would suggest, and there's a core issue here of there are far more public bodies in Scotland than there were in 1999, but this Parliament's ability to scrutinise, hold them to account, or its capacity to do so obviously hasn't changed in that point. So I think we need to look as a Parliament at how we adapt and how we reform ourselves to make sure that we are fully discharging our responsibilities across a range of organisations, particularly those that are appointed by Parliament, SPCB appointed bodies, and we'll come to that debate later on. Part of my motivation in moving this, because I understand that the challenges that John Mason's put to me. Yes,
Martin Whitfield.
My apologies if I tempted ill-foundedly. My concern with regard to this amendment is in relation to aspects that both John Mason and Liz Smith have raised, that the role of the committees within the Parliament is a structure of the Parliament for the Parliament. Ross Greer has rightly pointed out there are a number of external agencies that respond specifically to this Parliament, specifically to various committees. Is he concerned, or does he have a concern, that if this route is adopted, every committee is going to require this route to be adopted for everyone who answers to them, and actually that will shift the fundamental reason we have committees in this Parliament from being, at a very high level, advisers in minutiae to what the Chamber should decide, and that this potentially, albeit I understand why, and the challenges that have existed in the non-response to requests from this committee and its predecessors, is the challenge that we will open up potentially a Pandora's box, out of which we may have significant problems further down the road and actually fail on more levels.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I agree that that is a significant challenge. There's a wider challenge. I would suggest that just over a quarter of a century into devolution, Parliament should have probably had a wider discussion about its ability to effectively scrutinise whole public bodies to account before now. I'm glad we're starting to have that discussion. And I understand that the potential issues of precedence that are set here. My main motivation in moving Amendment 60 is to put that challenge to the government and to seek reassurance from the government about how they will seek to avoid the situation that we have been in up until now, where we have had a public body, in this case the SQA, that has made itself so, or has been so resistant to parliamentary accountability that there have been points in the past where the committee has genuinely entertained the idea of simply not inviting them back, because we questioned what the purpose of it was in terms of both the value of evidence being given to the committee and the disregard being given to the recommendation that the committee then gave in response. So my main motivation behind Amendment 60 is to put that challenge to the government and to seek their response as to how we'll make sure Qualifications Scotland does not repeat those challenges and does submit itself to appropriate parliamentary scrutiny and give due regard, even if the language is not used in legislation, to the recommendations that are put to it by Parliament. At that point, I think I'm just going to very briefly touch on the amendments brought by others, and I agree with the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 59. I think that's quite a simple one, and again, contributes to the transparency objective that I've been pursuing elsewhere here. Pam Duncan-Glancy's 242, I'm keen on that in principle. I'm a little bit wary of the specificity of quarterly meetings being put into legislation. I think that is quite a rigid requirement. I'm aware of bodies that I've chaired in the past that have been required by their own constitution to meet a certain number of times a year, and at various points in the year we've realised that actually it would have been more hassle than it's worth to have that meeting because the previous one had been sufficiently productive or matters in that kind of space. So I'm broadly content with it, but I would be open to maybe a bit more flexibility being brought in at stage 3 on that point, and I will close there, Convener.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 242 and other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And I'll start where Ross Greer left off, if that's okay. And I understand the concern about the regularity, and if a meeting is just in for the sake of the fact that it has to happen, it could be quite cumbersome. So I'll listen to what others say at this point, but I take on board his point quite seriously. In this group of amendments, of course, this is about embedding a culture of meaningful consultation. We've spent quite a lot of time this morning talking about the importance of that consultation and collaboration by the National Qualifications Body. And I think, again, the amendments in this group seek to strengthen that, to overcome some of the concerns that we've had in the past, where we've seen, I suppose, what I would call a bit of a... the SQA maybe digging their heels in a bit about whether or not they should be talking to other people or taking on board other people's views. And this is an attempt to try and avoid that happening again. And I get that culture change is difficult to legislate for, but there are lessons we have to learn. And I'd see no reason why we wouldn't put something in place in legislation that at the very least nudges the relevant culture that we're hoping to achieve. And that, I think, is the purpose of the amendments in this group. My Amendment 242, I think, just strengthens the consultation duty between the Qualifications Scotland and the Strategic Advisory Council by requiring them to meet at least once a quarter, notwithstanding my point about the timescales that I'm prepared to consider as the debate goes on. and additionally, of course, at any time that either party considers it necessary. There's also the removal of the caveat that Qualifications Scotland needs only to consult the SAC where it appears appropriate to do so. Again, much like the previous discussion we've had, the SQA might have felt in the past it was not necessarily appropriate for them to have this consultation with particular organisations or bodies that we probably all would have accepted would have been useful for them to have. And so that the amendment that I've got in my name in this group takes out that kind of sort of get-out clause, I suppose, that the qualifications body would have. There's also an opportunity to kind of trigger consultation with Qualifications Scotland and the SAC, so that, again, if we find ourselves in a situation, for example, like we did with Higher History, there's an opportunity for both the Advisory Council to say, we need to have a meeting to discuss this, bearing in mind the role of that council and who would be on it, and the other direction as well, so that Qualifications Scotland could seek to get the advice of the council. This, of course, is, I think, crucial, because the SAC would be intended to be a much-needed platform that will include the voice of learners, teachers, practitioners, parents and other stakeholders representing wider society. Voices that I think have been missing in the past in this respect, and I think that we need to do everything we can in this bill to create the structures to develop the culture that we know is desperately needed. I think this amendment would make clear that Scotland's new qualification body would be publicly accountable to those it serves and gives place to the lived experience as well of learners and their families. And so I would urge members to support this. On the Ross Greer's amendments, the other amendments in this group, we're minded to support many of them. We think that whilst, and Martin Whitfield's comments on the point about committees, I think is a really important one, and we have to remember the role of Parliament and what that is. But nonetheless, as he recognised and as Ross Greer has recognised, too often some of the recommendations of committees such as this and others can be cast aside. And we do a lot of work and we hear from a lot of people, and I think it's important at the very least that they should be paid due regard to. And so in that, I'll finish my contribution. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 59 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I thank Mr Greer and Ms Duncan Glancy for explaining the purpose and rationale of their amendments. And in response to the committee's Stage 1 report, I was clear that a key principle of the new qualifications body would be greater transparency and accountability, supported by consultation and engagement across the education system. So the amendments brought forward seek to strengthen this principle. Mr Greer's Amendment 8 is seeking to place clearer requirements on Qualifications Scotland to consult its own internal interest committees and those who take or teach qualifications. And the main function of the Interest Committee is to advise Qualifications Scotland, and therefore there is an exception that Qualifications Scotland, expectation rather, that Qualifications Scotland will consult with these committees as part of that process. It would, in my view, seem unnecessary to place this requirement in legislation. Now, I have some concerns about the specifics of the amendment as drafted as well, not least because Qualifications Scotland might sometimes be acting through these committees. So there is also the possibility that we end up eroding the concept of advisory committees, whose very purpose is to give advice, by making it seem as though without this provision their advice would not be sought. However, I would be happy to work with Mr Greer for Stage 3 to seek to clarify the relationship between the body and its committees in a way that does not treat them as though they were external consultees, and also to insert a consultation requirement in respect of those taking or teaching qualifications. And on that basis, I would ask Mr Greer not to press Amendment 8 and also Amendment 7, which is consequential to 8. Turning to efforts to increase transparency, I have lodged Amendment 59 that requires ministers to publish any guidance that they have issued to Qualifications Scotland which relates to how it consults with the Strategic Advisory Council. And while this is a relatively minor addition, I consider it important that there is guidance and that that guidance is publicly available, and I hope members will support that. Ms Duncan Glancy and Mr Greer have both lodged amendments that seek to define the proceedings and actions taken as part of the relationship between Qualifications Scotland and the Council. While I am supportive of both Amendments 58 read with 57 and 242 in principle, the place for defining that level of detail, if at all, is in the regulations that will establish the Council. So Section 9(2)(g) of the Bill specifically enables that to happen. Doing this under regulations will be much more flexible, and it will also allow for changes to be made in light of experience if necessary. I therefore ask both members not to press their amendments, and I intend to bring forward these regulations as soon as possible following the bill hopefully passing. Now, finally, Mr Greer has lodged Amendment 60, which requires Qualifications Scotland to have regard to views provided by this Education Committee. And while I'm sympathetic to the principle of this, It is already the case that through the accountability of public bodies to Scottish ministers, and in turn ministers' accountability to Parliament, Qualifications Scotland will inherently need to consider the views of any parliamentary committee for education. I would be reluctant to set out a requirement for direct consideration in legislation, as it will help to set an unhelpful precedent, as I think we've heard from members this morning. I'm also concerned that such an amendment would in effect draw Qualifications Scotland into a direct line of accountability to Parliament, which is not appropriate for an NDPB. Now, they are, and they should be, accountable to ministers, and ministers are in turn held to account by Parliament, and in turn this committee holds me to account and will also be able to take evidence directly from Qualifications Scotland at any time. This is the well-established practice for NDPBs, and I'm concerned that by deviating from this in any way, we will end up with confusion around reporting lines and political accountability. So for that reason, I cannot support it. I ask Mr Greer not to press this amendment, noting the opportunities Parliament and this committee already have to scrutinise Qualifications Scotland effectively. And I also would like to make note of the points I think that Ms Smith has raised in relation to the wider cross-Parliament work in that regard. I have finished, but yes.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful for that last-minute intervention being accepted. And I take the point, as I said at the start, Amendment 60 was designed to be provocative because it proposes something that is not the case elsewhere in legislation. But it is a reflection on the experiences that this committee and its predecessor committee have had. And given that the Cabinet Secretary was on the committee at a point where there was particularly acute frustrations with the SQA's resistance to accountability, parliamentary scrutiny and to acting on the recommendations made, and taking on board the point that she's made that ministers are accountable to Parliament and these bodies NDPBs are accountable to ministers, that arrangement clearly hasn't worked. It's, one of the reasons why we're here. I would just ask the Cabinet Secretary if she could reflect on the fact that, whilst I understand why Amendment 60 is not necessarily the way to go about this, it does sound like she's saying that the system that we've already got is the appropriate system. If that was the case, I would suggest that this bill wouldn't be in front of us now. And if this isn't the change, and I accept it's not, and I won't be pressing it, what is the change that is required to ensure that there is that sufficient level of scrutiny, accountability and respect from Qualifications Scotland for Parliament? Because that's what's at the core, that's what's been lacking up until now. Not just a lack of respect for Parliament, for learners, for teachers, etc. But in relation to this amendment, a lack of respect for Parliament.
Cabinet Secretary.
So, Convener, that's quite an open-ended question. I think, well, Mr Greer talks about my time on this committee and the frustrations that we experienced at that time with the qualifications body, which I well recall. I think members need to be... So we're going to debate today a number of different amendments which cover a vast array of different matters. And I think there is a tendency to prescribe in primary legislation things that are informed essentially by that experience historically by the organisation. And I think we need to be mindful that this is as much about cultural change in that organisation as it is about the bill itself. And the bill will go so far to changing the nature of the qualifications body, and I think the bill goes... it makes a number of provisions that are going to strengthen that consultation provision that we've just talked to. But fundamentally, the point Mr Greer makes about, I suppose, in terms of engagement with ministers, I mean, I have very regular engagement with the qualifications body. I talked last week to, I can't recall the group convener, the decisions that's been taken around separating out the chief executive role, the chief examiner role. A lot of change in that organisation is already taking place that does not necessarily appear on the face of the bill. And I think we just need to be a bit mindful that we're not creating a bill that is unwieldy. And that is a piece of legislation that can allow the organisation to get on with the day job of running the qualifications and work better with teachers and with our young people and parents and carers and wider stakeholders. I think that's what we all want it to deliver. So I accept that the member's point in relation to challenge. I do go back to the points that I made around about this specific amendment setting precedent for a body that essentially has had quite a challenging history with its engagement with Parliament. I think that's fair to say. But I'm not necessarily sure the answer to that is amending the legislation the way the member suggests. I do also think Ms Smith's point is really crucial here in terms of wider accountability and scrutiny of parliamentary committees and how that functions in terms of NDPBs, in terms of their accountability to ministers. I think that's a wider piece of work that we need to probably consider as a parliament, perhaps not on the face of this bill, but I do take the point the members expressed.
Thank you very much. I call Ross Greer to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 57. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. I take on board the Cabinet Secretary's point in relation to Amendment 60 in particular, and I restrain myself from a much longer response to Liz Smith and Martin Whitfield's interventions on this wider question of the performance of Parliament, parliamentary scrutiny and our capacity to do so. But I would welcome the work that Mr Whitfield's committee is currently doing on this, having wrote most of the Green Group's response to that, which he may have been able to tell from the tone of some of it. In regard to this group, I'm happy not to press 57.7 and 8 in relation to consultation and to continue speaking to the Cabinet Secretary about that. I think the key point I was looking for there was acknowledgement of the need in some circumstances for that wider consultation, so not just with the committees, but the Cabinet Secretary's acknowledged that, and if we can come back at stage 3 with something satisfactory, then I'm happy with that. As I said already, I won't press 60. I am going to press to vote Amendment 58, though, because I don't think that is an onerous requirement. So we are already placing into legislation this requirement for the Strategic Advisory Council to give the advice. I think it is proportionate for there to be a reciprocal requirement on Qualifications Scotland to respond to it. So on that basis, Convener, as I said, I won't press 57 and 7 and 8, but I will, or 60, but I will 58.
Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment 57. Does any member object? No member has objected, so Amendment 57 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 7 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 57. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 8 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 57. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 58 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 57. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 58 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 58. And those against Amendment 58? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 58 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 58 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment... Sorry, I'll just... Yeah. So I call Amendment 242 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 57. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 59 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 57. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 59 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 60 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 57. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is that Section 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 243 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 232. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 244 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with Amendment 328. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 244 and speak to both amendments in the group. Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. The amendments I brought in this group seek to pick up on a number of points, and I'll take the committee through them. First of all, I think we've heard from various different organisations and people working in the education system that there are difficulties with data sharing that mean not only are we having some questions around how we can expand access to things like free school meals, but also how we can ensure widening access, both in terms of people from poorer backgrounds and also protected characteristics and care experience, can be achieved. And some of the pilots that have gone on, particularly in the North East, around how we do that, are identifying that data sharing arrangements can be a barrier to progress in some of this. The other area that I think is important to mention on this is that a unique learner number could give the possibility of a much smoother learner journey, where young people would have that follow them through. If they needed support, for example, in their exams, that could be attached to it. If they needed to, when they move schools and something's been put in place, if they've got ASN in one school and they move to another, it would take a bit of the kind of responsibility off families for being project managers in their own children's lives, which can be really, really tiring and cumbersome, but in actual fact allow a way for the authorities and others to identify what that particular person needs or wants. It's also something that I think could provide coherence all the way through the education system, from the very point at which a young person enters that in the early years, all the way through to when they conclude, if we ever do, conclude our learning journey. And I think that could provide strong coherence. The way that I've drafted these amendments in this bill, we're really seeking to ask the Advisory Council, which is one option, 244, to advise ministers on whether, or Qualifications Scotland, on whether the creation of a unique learning number and consequential data sharing between schools, colleges and universities would support the aims of education in Scotland. And I think it's important for us to try and understand that. We've had the Minister and the Cabinet Secretary and Committee recognise that there could be value in doing this, but both of them have stopped short until now of saying that they would progress or try to put this in place. So the amendments I brought seek to require that that work is done, and also to get the government's view on the record and progress us a little more in the direction of sensible data sharing, I would say, and coherence in the system. We've also got the option of Amendment 328, which would require the Advisory Council to the Inspectorate to provide advice on whether the creation of a unique learner number and the consequential data sharing between schools, colleges and unis would support the functions of the Chief Inspector. So there are two options open to members on this particular approach. One is on the Advisory Council in Qualifications Scotland, and the other is on the Chief Inspector. I actually think both could have a useful role and function and would probably have a view. Yes, I will.
Jackie Dunbar.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and I'm listening to what you're saying. Your amendment, would that just not make it a huge function of the Advisory Council to do, rather than letting it get on with advising the QS and HMIE? I'm worried in case it would be burdensome.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, but if it is not the function of the Inspectorate or Qualifications Scotland to look at how we can create a smooth learner journey and how we can make sure that we follow the experience of our young learners and other learners throughout the education system, then I don't know whose function it would be. So I understand that it could be quite a process. I don't underestimate the work that might be involved in this, but I think it's an important aspect of what we would do in creating a coherent and supportive education environment for children and young people, particularly in qualifications. Absolutely, thank you.
Martin
Happy to take
Whitfield.
the intervention.
And I'm grateful to the member for taking the intervention. Isn't it the case that, however challenging the question, once it's answered, and then they can move forward? And what sits beneath these is the benefit of having a unique number and the digital agreement to share the data going forward for all the other inquiry requirements that both of these bodies, whichever is chosen, I hope one of them is, takes forward.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention and, as ever, providing absolute clarity to some of the discussion, and the point on asking the question and then it being answered is really, really important. And part of my motivation for laying these amendments was indeed to ask the question and get someone to do the work, because otherwise I fear that it won't be progressed, and I could see huge benefits in progressing this approach, which is why I brought the amendments in this group. Yes.
Ross Greer.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the member, and I think, given particularly the point that's just been made by Martin Whitfield, that this is a one-off exercise, I don't think it's a particularly onerous one, but I'm just seeking clarity from the member. I think there is broad agreement that the educational benefits of having the unique learner number and data sharing are there. But the real challenges here are around the practicalities of data sharing and the data and privacy rights of the individuals concerned, the learners. I wonder if the member could just clarify that the suggestion here is not for the Strategic Advisory Council to consider those questions, because I would suggest that that's out with the expertise of the individuals we're proposing having on the Advisory Council, that they would be focusing solely on what the educational benefits of such an approach would be, not on dealing with those practical and legal questions around data sharing and privacy rights.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, and I'm just looking specifically at the text of the amendment, and both 244 and 328 say specifically that it is advice on whether, in order to allow either the Chief Inspector or Qualifications Scotland to exercise their function, there should be a unique learner number and there should be national data sharing agreements. So it's not to set those up, but it's to ask the question about whether there should be this in order to progress action on it. And so I take the point about the role of both organisations in doing that, but I think the amendments are specifically or sufficiently rather narrowly drawn to the functions of the organisations to which they refer. And on that, I'll conclude. Thanks.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank Ms Duncan-Glancy for setting out the purpose of her amendment. These amendments seek to impose duties on the Advisory Council for Qualifications Scotland and on the Chief Inspector to provide advice on matters relating to tracking learners through the system and a data sharing system between schools, colleges and universities. I do not believe that the Advisory Council would be best placed to advise on such matters. These issues would also not be within the responsibility of either organisation, nor would it be within the gift to implement changes as a result of such advice. Any such consideration would require consideration with stakeholders across the whole education and skills sector. So that includes higher and further education institutions whose autonomy also needs to be recognised, particularly if we were to seek to compel them to share data for Scottish Government's purposes. Yes, I will.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. And this is not about compelling them to share specific data. It's about creating the landscape in which that data sharing could be promoted more easily. And in fact, a lot of the support for this sort of approach has come from further and higher education institutions and has come out of the pilot looking into how we could include some information on the widening access programme that would go beyond just this SMID. And so my understanding is they would be supportive of this, but nonetheless it's not compelling them to share particular data. It's suggesting that a unique learner number could smooth the future for the development of such data sharing if it was required.
Cabinet Secretary.
So in responding to that point, I think the amendments as drafted talk to advice, and the member asserts that that advice would not compel them to, but given that advice does not yet exist, I'm not sure that she can say that with certainty. That advice might not suggest that that information is compelled, that they're instructed essentially to share advice. So I think there's a prejudgment being made by the member there, and the wording of her amendment suggests that it could, because it's advice by its nature, say whatever it says, and that will have to be interpreted accordingly. But I do want to touch on the update that this was given to committee previously, because Mr Day gave an update to committee setting out the very early stages on considering how a unique learner number could be delivered in Scotland, and the really careful consideration that would be needed on an array of complex legal matters such as data protection. Now, data sharing on this scale is a very lengthy process and one that requires significant work. Now, Mr Day has been very clear that those aspects will not be resolved in the short or even medium term. And while I recognise that the unique learner number would enable better tracking and monitoring of students from a widening access background, and the outcomes of data sharing on this scale, yes, I will do.
George Adam.
It's just to look, what Pam Duncan-Glancy is trying to do isn't a bad thing.
No.
You know, we've all agreed that it's a good idea to try and find the children or the young people that we need to actually be able to help. But you've just mentioned the evidence we already received from Mr Day, and it is quite a complex matter. So, you know, is this bill the place for that, or is it better for Mr Day to do something, come back with a complex idea of how we can actually address this issue?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I'm not of the view to Mr Adams' point that this bill is the place for that. I think there are a number of risks associated with doing it by amendment, and I also spoke to some of the implications attached to how we essentially determine what advice looks like. But more broadly, Mr Adams spoke to Mr Day's work, and of course he is leading on that, his officials in the Lifelong Learning and Skills Department are leading on that work, and I'm very mindful of that and the complexities in that regard. Now, I was in committee quite recently, Convener, talking to some of the data sharing arrangements in relation to free school meals. I think there's an opportunity for us to learn from that experience, but we do need to be mindful that, for example, our universities are independent, autonomous institutions, so a simple lift of the approach we adopted with free school meals data sharing in relation to the Scottish Child Payment isn't necessarily applicable in a higher education space. However, yes.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, for taking the intervention, Cabinet Secretary. And as the Cabinet Secretary was saying, however, I wonder if there's a slight change in tax, so I hope I haven't preempted. Would the government support the principle of the learner number, with the data sharing aspect of it being a benefit of having that, but maybe not necessarily being the part that's set out in legislation, but indeed a learner number would be?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable giving the member a direct response on that today, because, of course, we have to be mindful that within the educational landscape, we also have the Scottish candidate number. There are also a wide range of other ways in which data is tracked. So I'd appreciate further advice from my officials on that. And I think the government, though, is mindful of the opportunities that this presents. And we did discuss that when I was in front of committee a few weeks ago now. And I think the issues that Ms Duncan-Glancy's amendments raise are really important. I don't think, though, to Mr Adams' point, they can be delivered through this legislation. So whilst I'm not able to support these amendments today, I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this with Ms Duncan-Glancy and with others who have an interest out with the bill, though. Convener.
Thank you. Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 244. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And the conversation around data sharing is, of course, a complicated one, and I think we all understand that, and including myself. And that's one of the reasons why this was asking the qualifications body, or indeed the inspectorate, to look at whether or not it would be useful in order to progress the education in Scotland to do either of these things. I also think the unique learner number has broader benefits than just the data sharing, but I think it is an important aspect of what we could do to bring coherence to the learner journey. And I take the Cabinet Secretary's point about the candidate number. There are also other ways in which we could, I think, as the Cabinet Secretary identifies, sort of track the pupil experience. But there is too many different ways, I think, to do this. And I think my attempt at this is to try and bring one way of doing it into the system. On the basis of the Cabinet Secretary's, I would say, tentative preparedness to discuss at least the part on the learner number, if not the data sharing part, I won't press these amendments at stage 2, but I would like to discuss it further ahead of stage 3.
Okay. Pam Duncan-Glancy seeks to withdraw Amendment 244. Does any member object? No. No member objects. Therefore, Amendment 244 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 245 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 63 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 9 due to preemption. If Amendment 64 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 250, 251 and 252 due to preemptions. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 245 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. This group of amendments is about making the Strategic Advisory Council a credible, independent and inclusive voice in the governance of Scotland's qualification system, something that I think we've rehearsed in the committee, and in the interest of time I won't detail, but we do know that this is incredibly important and has been lacking. The amendments in this group, I think, protect the independence of the SAC by limiting Qualifications Scotland staff representation and removing unnecessary government involvement, ensuring it can operate with integrity and objectivity. Amendments 248 and 252 broaden the representation on the Council and strengthen the consultation duties, embedding the voice of learners, teachers, unions, parents, industry and care experienced young people to the heart of the system. I believe that to build a qualifications system that works for everyone, we must ensure decision making is informed by lived experience, professional expertise and the communities it serves. This group also includes important practical changes, I believe, clarifying terms of office, aligning governance with other public bodies and reinforcing collaboration with other education bodies, including Education Scotland, which would support effective and transparent leadership needed. Taken together, I believe that they would help ensure that the Strategic Advisory Council is not just advisory in name, but influential in practice, helping to rebuild trust in the system. My Amendment 245 removes the provision for a representative of the Scottish Government to observe or participate in SAC meetings in order to give it the independence that it requires. Amendment 246 ensures that Curriculum Scotland is a member of the Strategic Advisory Council. I should say at this point that because of the discussions we had last week, and we will come on to discuss Curriculum Scotland in a later group, I'm not minded to move 246 at this point because of the undertaking that we all agreed in terms of the accreditation function last week, but I think we'll talk to it, of course. Amendment 247 brings the term of appointment of the convener and members of the council in line with other bodies controlled by the bill. 248 requires the membership to include, but not be limited to, members who represent the interests of a wide range of stakeholders, so learners, students, children and young people, teachers, college staff, trade unions, industry, higher and further education, parents and those with experience and knowledge of additional support needs and other relevant agencies. I appreciate that that is quite a list, but it's also, we have to also accept that in education in Scotland, we need to make sure that we are drawing on the expertise of everybody that is around children and young people and that is within the education and indeed the employment sphere. And so that's what I've tried to do with this amendment. We also believe that it would be necessary, because if this is central to the new qualification system, accountability is going to be crucial to that, and that has to be to people with direct experience in the system. Amendment 249 requires that no more than 40% of members of the SAC may be members of or staff employed by Qualifications Scotland. I will take the intervention.
Ross Greer.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for cutting the member off. I should have come in quicker at the end of her explanation on 248. So I'm sympathetic to some elements of 248, particularly around those who have lived experience of the system. My concern is not to use pejorative language, but the phrase "the blob" has been used quite a few times before about the plethora of public bodies who are involved in Education Scotland, and how when they come together, they tend to generate more inertia than momentum in the system. And my concern is that by bringing so many of them into the Strategic Advisory Council here, we will make it harder for those who are trying to bring their lived experience, their practical experience of the system to the fore in those discussions. Does the member recognise those concerns around the presence of so many people from the other public bodies involved in this sphere, as opposed to the lived experience of young people, parents, teachers, lecturers, etc.?
Duncan Clancy.
I do understand that, and there are, of course, in any consultative or advisory grouping or committee, there are always, I think, some discrepancies between the ability for those with lived experience and people who come with bodies attached to them, public bodies, as you say, attached to them, and the support that includes. However, I don't think it would be, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't think it would be sensible for us not to include some of them in those discussions, particularly in an advisory role. And the way that I've drafted this amendment seeks to be as inclusive as possible. And amendments further in this section look to make sure that the support is provided for the membership of that to engage in as wide a way possible. There's also amendments in the name of Martin Whitfield later in the groupings, which will look at how to have that kind of networked approach and in particular support children and young people to have their voices heard. My amendment, I think it's, I'm just going to double check the number of that amendment just now. My amendment 252 expands duties within the SAC, for example, to require it to consult with the wider network of expertise, including children and young people, but also members of the teaching profession. So I think I've tried to get that balance between making sure there's the coherence in the system, therefore some representation of the public body on it, but also that the system seeks to take a networked as opposed to a hierarchical approach, which it has previously taken and which I think has stifled some progress. We've seen really good examples of this. The Scottish teachers in computing science, for example, are a great network of teachers who are seeking to improve that particular subject and assessment around it as well. We know that there are a lot of networks out there that can support the representation on these groups, and that's what this suite of amendments seeks to do. Amendment 251 requires the Council to consult with Education Scotland on appropriate matters with the aim of reinforcing collaboration again, and there's a theme on this throughout my amendments to the bill. Amendment 250 is a paving amendment to 251. And 252, as I've said, expands the duties by requiring it to consult with networks. And again, I think that speaks to Ross Greer's concern about the imbalance and the importance of making sure that networks of children and young people, but also the professions, are able to engage in this process as best possible. And the reference to care experience young people is especially important, I believe, because too often decisions concerning them can be made without their input, and this committee has heard a lot of evidence to that respect. And so I think that's particularly important. Amendment 253 provides for the definitions that mirror those used elsewhere in the bill and ensure consistency, and that also are included in the amendments in my name in this grouping. And on that, I'll conclude just now.
Thank you. I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 61 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 61 is a relatively simple provision. The intention behind it is to make sure that there is no gatekeeping of key information by Qualifications Scotland staff, and that if the Strategic Advisory Council make a reasonable request for information to discharge their duties, that that information is provided. Again, it's a reflection on the issues of trust, transparency, accountability, etc. that have got us here. 62 is an equivalent to the debates that we've already had in relation to the Learner Interest Committee and the Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee around the presence of staff. I don't think there's any reason for members of Qualifications Scotland staff to be on its Strategic Advisory Council. The purpose of the Council is to provide advice based on expertise, lived experience, etc. So I would suggest, given the debates we've already had and the decisions that we've already made in relation to the committees, that it would be appropriate to take the same approach to the Strategic Advisory Council in 62. But 66 does clarify that Qualifications Scotland staff can still attend the meetings, because of course I do want them to be there and to hear the discussions, but I want to make sure that the power dynamic in the room is appropriately balanced, and that I think the best way to do that is for staff to not be members of the Advisory Council. My Amendment 9 and the Cabinet Secretary's Amendments 63, 64 and 65 and Pam Duncan-Glancy's 252 are all broadly in the same space around consultation. We've just had a very similar debate to that around the wider duties on Qualifications Scotland to consult. My Amendment 9 here is almost identical to that. The amendment I moved in that previous group on Qualifications Scotland itself. So given that, and given that the Cabinet Secretary's already agreed to the key point I'm trying to get in here around the need for consultation beyond just the interest committees, but with the wider grouping of learners, those undertaking qualifications and those delivering them, I'm happy on the basis of that previous discussion not to press Amendment 9 if the Cabinet Secretary is in agreement to take the same approach with 63, 64 and 65. I would suggest Pam Duncan-Glancy the same approach to 252 so that we can resolve this in a coherent manner in terms of consultation requirements, responsibilities and encouragement, the nudge that I mentioned previously, in a consistent manner. Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful, Convener, and to Ross Greer for taking the intervention, and again in the light of the route that I think Ross Greer is articulating, again with regard to his amendment and the challenge that someone undertaking qualifications may have to contribute to that, is part of that wider discussion that can be had as to membership and input. Forrest.
Ross Greer.
Yes, I agree absolutely. I think we're all trying to coalesce around the same end point here, and we just need to make sure that we take a consistent approach across these various groups of amendments that are all in that same space. I think the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 67, though, is separate to that, and I would agree with that one. I hope that that is pressed. 245 from Pam Duncan-Glancy, I don't agree with. I do want the Scottish Government to be in the room and to hear the discussions of the Advisory Council, because my optimistic take on this is that the Advisory Council will have robust discussions and be providing robust advice. And I think it is reasonable, where appropriate, for officials of the Scottish Government, or indeed, where appropriate, ministers, to be in the room to be able to hear those discussions and to take part in those discussions at the discretion of the convener, if that is appropriate at the time. 246 relates to Curriculum Scotland, which we'll have a debate about. I'm not in favour of the creation of Curriculum Scotland, so I wouldn't be in favour of 246 here as well. 249, I would suggest that my 62 goes further than that and simply clarifies that there are not staff on the Advisory Council, and that that deals with that issue. 250 and 251, I think that tips over the line into being a bit too prescriptive. I think it is appropriate for us to instruct Qualifications Scotland itself to do this, but I think the Strategic Advisory Council should have a bit more autonomy in how it approaches discharging its role to make sure that it is providing that robust and relatively independent advice. And just finally on Miles Briggs' Amendment 129, I agree with the principle of this. My question to him, and I realise it's always odd to speak to somebody else's amendments before they've had the chance to talk to them, is just on that point that we mentioned last week around making sure that language here is inclusive of carers as well as parents. I note that Mr Briggs has an amendment later on clarifying that the definition of parents includes carers, but given the Cabinet Secretary's comments last week, I'm just wondering if there's perhaps an approach we could take so that the language throughout the bill is consistent and we avoid a situation where there's any ambiguity for anybody who's ever looking at a particular provision in the bill and misses the fact that it says elsewhere that parent also means carer in those circumstances. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 129 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Very much, Convener, and thank you to Ross Greer for teeing me off as well on this, and good morning to members of the committee. And can I start by thanking our clerks of the committee and also the legislation team for their help with the amendments for this bill. And to start on the point of Amendment 129, this comes from the Charter, because at present the bill mentions both a learner's charter and educator's charter, but doesn't include a parent and carer's charter, and that's something I think we need to correct and what I'll be bringing later on. But specifically, Amendment 129 provides for at least one member of the Strategic Advisory Council to represent parents and carers of children and young people undertaking qualifications. Now, we all know the positive contribution which parents and carers bring to our school community, but also the fact that these are the people who are preparing and supporting our young people to sit exams. Now, I have been concerned in recent times that the diet exam, for example, has been changed without any real consultation or involvement with parents and carers. And as such, I hope this reform will, in due course, help make sure that they are represented and they can really play a positive role in representing the interests of parents and carers. I take on board Ross Greer's amendment. I think that's just maybe just in wording of the legislation, why later on the actual definition amendments I think are important and will you be able to read through in the legislation. I will be moving these amendments, but if the Minister thinks that would be worth changing the wording at this point, I don't think necessarily it would, given the amendment later on gives that definition. But I'm happy to move this amendment in my name and hear from the Minister in due course.
Secretary to speak to Amendment 63 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I thank members for explaining the reasons for their amendments. If I may, I'll address these groups according to their overall intention within the legislation. So Amendments 61, 62 and 66, all in my view, largely serve the purpose of improving transparency and effectiveness of how the Strategic Advisory Council operates. So I think these amendments will make the Council much more impactful to better shape Qualifications Scotland's decisions. That includes Amendment 62, which seeks to ensure members of Qualifications Scotland and staff are not members of the Council. For that reason, I support Mr Greer's Amendments 61, 62 and 66. To also support the effectiveness of the Council, I've lodged Amendments 63, 64 and 65. Together, those ensure regulations are made to ensure the Council consults partners as part of its formulation of advice. This includes, naturally, Qualifications Scotland and its interest committees, as well as others it views appropriate to consult. I did listen to Mr Greer's contribution in relation to Amendment 9. So, in terms of his Amendment 9, I think that Amendments 63, 64 and 65 achieve a more desirable effect. However, having listened to his contribution, I'm prepared not to move those amendments 63, 64 and 65 if he is content and to work together at stage 3 on an agreement that we can both support. His amendment requires the Council to consult with those taking and teaching qualifications, so that, in my view, creates a level of unnecessary duplication and also detracts from the purpose of the Council giving strategic advice. The engagement between the Council and the interest committees will also canvass views from children, young people and other learners and teachers. I'm not able to support Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 252 for a similar reason. I also can't support Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 251, which requires consultation with Education Scotland, given that we would expect Education Scotland to be represented on the Council. But I accept that we are all looking to ensure that there is appropriate consultation, and I would be happy to work with members to try to come to a mutually agreeable solution in advance of stage 3. I'd also be happy not to press those amendments today as I've set out, and I would ask members to do likewise in order to create space for that discussion to happen. Yes, I will.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention. Can I ask which part of the bill makes it clear that Education Scotland will be on the Strategic Advisory Council?
Can I come back to the member on that specific point and ask for further advice on the specific part of the legislation that prescribes that? Advise it will be set out in the regulations. Okay. I do intend to press, though, Amendment 67, which is of a different nature. That requires ministers to publish any guidance it issues to the Council regarding how and who it consults with in order to strengthen transparency. And I turn to amendments that seek to stipulate and prescribe the membership of the Council. Now, Mr Briggs and Ms Duncan-Glancy's amendments 129, 246, 248 and 253 look to specify a range of different groups and organisations that we would expect to be on the Council. And as the policy memorandum for the bill sets out, it is envisaged that the Council will reflect the breadth of strategic organisational interest in Qualifications Scotland's functions. And that means essentially having membership which includes, but is not limited to, schools and colleges, universities, further education institutions, employers, training providers, a range of industries, parents and carers representatives, education authorities, other relevant Scottish public bodies and other qualification providers. I also want to take this opportunity, though, to clarify the intention of the Council to address Mr Greer's comments in the last session. It's very much envisaged that this Council will be for education, skills, qualifications and the wider system stakeholders, not solely an academic-focused forum. It is absolutely appropriate that parents and carers representatives have a seat. So while I agree with all the amendments in principle, I cannot support them for the reason that it does undermine the need for that flexibility and adaptability. It's really important that we do not limit the ability for membership of the Council to change over time according to its and Qualifications Scotland's needs. It's always been the Scottish Government's position not to set out membership criteria in primary legislation, which is effectively what these amendments would do. Amendment 248 in particular would stipulate a requirement to include representatives of organisations which are not guaranteed by statute to continue to exist in their present form. For example, if Universities Scotland and Colleges Scotland change name or cease to exist, we would be unable to fill that legislative membership requirement. I'm keen to work with all members in this room and Qualifications Scotland out with the bill to ensure that the Council has a membership model that we can all get behind to maximise the quality of advice Qualifications Scotland will receive. So by determining that out with the legislation, we can really ensure the Council's membership can be easily adapted in future as needed to meet the system's needs, the priorities of Scottish Government and the needs of Qualifications Scotland. Existing provisions do, however, give the opportunity to set out membership in the regulations, as I've said, that establish the Council. So I'd ask both members not to press their amendments with a view to working with us out with the legislation. And if that reassurance cannot be provided, then to revisit whether this level of prescriptiveness is needed when we come to making these regulations. Regulations would at least be much easier to amend than the bill, which would make it easier to ensure that the Council continues to meet future needs. I now come to amendments 247 and 2... Yes, I will.
At the risk of using the wrong language here, so hopefully I'm using the right language on this. What's the intention of the Cabinet Secretary in terms of the regulation and parliamentary scrutiny of those regulations?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the regulations have not yet been brought forward, and what I'd be really keen to do, though, is work with members in this space to ensure we get agreement around about what those to specify. The member also asked a question around about parliamentary scrutiny, and we've talked to parliamentary scrutiny of Qualifications Scotland per se today. We'll come on to talk about that in greater detail in later groups additionally. Yes, I will.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. Would those regulations be laid in an affirmative procedure? Would that be appropriate? Would they be negative? Like what say would Parliament have over the regulations and the membership?
Cabinet Secretary.
Negative procedure.
Thank you.
I now come to amendments 247 and 249, which together seek to ensure membership of the Council is made up of a majority of external members and that they may not be appointed for more than 8 years in total. And I'm not able to support either of those amendments. Now, in relation to Amendment 247, I think it's important we do not restrict appointment terms in legislation. Now, while that might work for larger organisations who can draw on a wider pool of individuals, for small organisations it might be more challenging to provide replacement for members, and we risk losing specialist input and views. And we heard some of this debate play out last week. But a more workable solution would be for appointment periods to be determined at the time of appointment. So for Amendment 249, it's the intention that the Council would be predominantly made up of external strategic stakeholders in order to fulfil its stated purpose. And in fact, the proportion of Qualifications Scotland staff or board members that Ms Duncan Glancy suggests seems too high. And while it is just a maximum, that might set expectations to adhere to that particular composition. As noted in my earlier comments, prescribing membership and numbers is something that can be addressed out with legislation or in the regulations which establish the Council that I've just spoken to. I would be really keen, though, to work with Ms Duncan Glancy on this, alongside the membership considerations, and I therefore ask her not to press this amendment. Finally, Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 245 expressly excludes Scottish ministers and their representatives from attending the Strategic Advisory Council. Unsurprisingly, I cannot support this. The Council will be established by ministers for the purpose of advising Qualifications Scotland and ministers in relation to Qualifications Scotland. It is therefore really important that ministers or representatives of ministers can support and attend the Council as necessary. As ministers are accountable to Parliament for Qualifications Scotland and its Council, it is paramount that there is an appropriate ministerial relationship with the Council. I would therefore ask members not to support Amendment 245 if it is pressed.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 245. Ms Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. On Amendment 245, unsurprisingly, for probably the opposite reason, I think it is quite important that the Strategic Advisory Council can operate without undue influence, I think, of the Government. On Amendments 246, that one or more members of the Council must also be a member of Curriculum Scotland, for reasons I said earlier on, given that we're all open to discussing the accreditation function and where it would sit and the national landscape at stage 3. I won't press 246, although I will note that in Ross Greer's contribution on 246, the ruling out of the creation of such body, and I hope that that will soften between now and stage 3 so that we can have the discussion on the accreditation function, looking at all the options on the table at that moment and at that time, so that stage 3 really can give us the solution that we require for accreditation. 247, that members are to be appointed for a period of 4 years. I understand the Cabinet Secretary's points on terms of office to a council, but actually we've been in a situation in the past where there's been inertia, there's been circumstances where decisions haven't been fleet of foot, they've not been responsive enough to a wide-ranging and fast-paced changing education system, and so I think it is quite important that at the very least it's reviewed every 4 years. And there is the opportunity in the amendment to say that they may be reappointed for a further period of 4 years, and so I'd be keen to test that at stage 2. Amendment 248. I am prepared, on the basis of the contributions I've heard from Ross Greer and the Cabinet Secretary, not to press 248 at this point and to discuss a more potentially refining that amendment at stage 3. But I think it is crucial that we give some indication as to Parliament's recommendations and requirements of that Strategic Council going forward. And so, Strategic Advisory Council going forward, the organisations and the representatives that I've outlined in Amendment 248 all do have a crucial stake in our education system, and I think that they need to have a voice on that council. But I take the point about some of the named organisations. I also take the point about the need to look at that again at stage 3. The Cabinet Secretary said, or I think I got some willingness to look at that. I'm not sure the negative procedure would give me the confidence that Parliament had enough scrutiny over that, over those regulations. I may be inclined to encourage an affirmative procedure on that, but nonetheless I'm prepared not to lodge 248 at this point and to discuss it ahead of stage 3. On 249, I'm prepared not to press that amendment on the basis of the discussion had. I wanted to, I guess, test the tolerance. That was a bit before I'd seen the one that said none of them at all, which actually I also support. And so I'm prepared not to press 249. I'm just checking that my sheet says that I've reminded myself when it comes to it. Yep, I won't do that. And so I won't press 249 at this point. 250 and 251. I didn't hear from the Cabinet Secretary that there is anything in the bill that requires that consultation with Education Scotland, but I did hear the point about the regulations doing it. On that basis, I won't press 250 and 251, but go back to my previous point about Parliament having scrutiny over what those regulations look like and who is involved. I think that's incredibly important. 252, taking on board the points of the Cabinet Secretary again and of Ross Greer around how to get that networked approach. I think it is incredibly important that we do this. We've got a hierarchical system in terms of involvement and engagement with the front line. The distance between what happens in schools and policy direction is too broad, and the middle is too cluttered. I think we need to address that. I think this amendment could have done that, but I'm prepared to negotiate at stage 3 to come out with an amendment that I think can carry the favour of the Parliament, so that we can sort that in this legislation. And 253 seeks to define the registered teacher, college teaching staff and relevant qualification. I actually don't think it would be bad to define that in this legislation at this point, and so I'm minded to progress it. I don't think it specifically relates to anything I said I won't press, and so that is the basis on which I wish to proceed. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, I just wish to confirm that you will press or withdraw Amendment 245.
I will press 245.
The question is that Amendment 245 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 245. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 245 is yes 2, no 8. Amendment 245 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 61 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 245. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. So the question is that Amendment 61 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 62 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 245. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 62 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 129 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 245. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 129 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 129. And those against Amendment 129? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 129 is yes 5, no 5. As the outcome of the division is tied on Amendment 129, I will now use my casting vote as convener in order for the committee to reach a decision. I vote yes to Amendment 129, therefore the committee agrees to Amendment 129. I call Amendment 246 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 247 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 247 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No. Yes.
We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 245. I apologise. Yes, we're on 247. Thank you. And those against Amendment 247? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 247 is yes 5, no 5. As the outcome of the division is tied on Amendment 247, I will now use my casting vote as convener in order for the committee to reach a decision. I vote in favour of Amendment 247. Therefore, the committee agrees to Amendment 247. 7. I call Amendment 248 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated, with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 249 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated, with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 63 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with Amendment 245. I remind members that if Amendment 63 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 9 due to a pre-emption. Cabinet Secretary to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 9 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated, with Amendment 245. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 64 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with Amendment 245. I remind members that if Amendment 64 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 250, 251 and 252 due to pre-emptions. Cabinet Secretary to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 250 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated, with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 251 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated, with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 252 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated, with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 65 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with Amendment 245. Cabinet Secretary to move formally?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 66 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated, with Amendment 245. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 66 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 67 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with Amendment 245. Cabinet Secretary to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 67 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 253 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated, with Amendment 245. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 253 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 253? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 253 is yes 3, no 7. Amendment 253 is therefore not agreed to. The question is that Section 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 254 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, group with Amendment 355. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 254 and speak to both amendments in the group. Pam Duncan-Glancy. Sorry, Pam Duncan-Glancy. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Convener. The amendments in this group, I think, make a clear, transparent process for reviewing concerns about qualifications, giving stakeholders a meaningful route to raise the issues and seek redress. By formalising the review process and subjecting regulations to the affirmative procedure, this strengthens accountability and builds a culture of responsiveness and continuous improvement in Qualifications Scotland. Amendment 254 introduces a new function and requirement for Qualifications Scotland to review any concerns relating to a qualification and introduces regulations making powers for the ministers to set out that process. I don't need to remind members on this committee or people watching that we have recently experienced an issue in history, higher history, where this could have been incredibly useful. The effect, I think, of this would be to give recourse to those with concerns about a qualification and would also contribute to an improved culture of transparency, which I think is sorely needed. Amendment 355 is a consequential amendment to 254, which confirms the regulation powers will be subject to the affirmative procedure, given Parliament the scrutiny power that it might need. Thank you.
Ms Duncan-Glancy's amendments would insert a new section which would require Qualifications Scotland to consider whether to review a qualification it has devised where it has been made aware of concerns. It also seeks to give Scottish ministers the power to make regulations that would stipulate the processes and procedures for raising concerns and conducting a review. And I'm not able to support these amendments for the following reasons. Section 2 of the bill already allows Qualifications Scotland to review its qualifications. Indeed, this is something the new body would do regularly, as the SQA already currently undertakes. So these amendments are unnecessary. I also believe they are somewhat problematic in terms of how they address this provision. requiring Qualifications Scotland to consider a review of a qualification based on significant concerns raised is something that I could support in principle. I would fully expect, as has been the case at the SQA, for all timely and appropriate reviews of qualifications to take account of any concerns that have been raised in relation to a qualification. The SQA's Code of Practice outlines the framework by which the SQA safeguards the integrity of its qualifications and assessment standards to ensure public confidence. Now, Qualifications Scotland will have a similarly robust code to support its quality assurance. The review of qualifications, including those about which concerns have been raised, must be proportionate to the qualification and the nature of any concerns. Now, while I support the principle about ensuring concerns can influence reviews, I do not believe it is right to prescribe a one-size-fits-all process in legislation, as this amendment would seek to do via regulations made by Scottish ministers. As I noted during our discussion in Group 7, I am keen that we discuss further ahead of Stage 3 the processes for quality assuring and reviewing school qualifications and the separate role of accreditation, which operates across the post-school sector. I also note the Convener's amendment in Group 21, which are focused on similar matters. So I would be interested in including those amendments in these discussions ahead of Stage 3 too, as I'm particularly interested in understanding the intentions and potential options around how concerns are raised and addressed. Yes, I will.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. One of the lines in the amendment seeks to ask that the regulation making provision outlines the manner in which such concerns are to be raised. And I take the point that there is a process that the National Qualifications Body will set out and put in place for this. But does the Cabinet Secretary agree that the ways in which the body were prepared to accept concerns or not has caused some significant concern in the sector, including the way, for example, that some history teachers were treated and in the way that the history exam and concerns about it were approached? And would the Cabinet Secretary not accept that some regulation from the government to set out what would be required in order that the qualifications body should at least set parameters around the expectations government have on the manner in which these concerns should be raised and how the qualifications body should respond to them?
Cabinet Secretary.
So, look, I think Ms Duncan Glancy raises a really important point, and obviously, Convener, you have a group of amendments at Group 21 which speak to the same issue. I think we need to be mindful about higher history and legislating on the back of one very challenging incident and the potential unintended consequences that may rest alongside that, because there are lots of individual factors at play in that investigation that then took place. But I absolutely accept the concerns expressed by higher history teachers. You know, I was in front of the committee talking to some of those concerns, and the committee has quite rightly taken a keen interest in this. My issue in relation, if I just may finish the point though, my issue in relation to the way in which these amendments are drafted is it gives Scottish ministers the powers to make regulations. I'm not necessarily sure that is the appropriate way to address how those concerns would be adopted. I think we need to be mindful of Scottish ministers' power in this space, and also I think we need to be mindful about our wording around about raising concerns. So I'm keen to address the issue the member has raised, which I think is a serious one, but to do so via Group 21 and Mr Ross's amendment if the member is content to do so. So I would ask the member not to press these amendments with a view to discussing them as part of Group 21. And I am also mindful of our wider discussion around accreditation, which links directly to the points I think the members raised today.
Thank you.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
Convener. And I appreciate the points the Cabinet Secretary is setting out, and I understand, of course, that the Convener has amendments in this space at Group 21 as well. I'm reasonable and prepared to look at how that discussion goes and where we take it forward, but I'm quite clear that I think there does need to be a mechanism, and the Convener's put forward suggestions for that mechanism. This amendment puts forward a suggestion for that mechanism, and I would like at least if the Cabinet Secretary would be prepared to intervene to confirm, but I'd like an acceptance that something needs to exist in order to be able to look at the review. This is not only just about higher history. There's been other problems with exams that have happened in recent history, not least, of course, what happened in 2020. And I think that the ability for the review of those qualifications and how they're carried out really does need to be in place. And I think the government does have a role in that. If it's not the government that has a role in that, and we can't be seen for the qualifications body to mark its own homework, I'd be interested to see what alternative the government put forward. But on that basis...
Sorry, no, I should just confirm I was calling you to intervene on the Cabinet Secretary.
forgive.
So that was quite a long intervention. So I'm not calling you to wind up quite yet, Ms Duncan Glancy. So it's back to the Cabinet Secretary.
I have finished, Convener.
Oh. Okay. Then I call Pam Duncan Glancy to wind up or press or withdraw Amendment 254.
Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
Chairman, I'm very grateful to convene and to the member for tech. I actually wanted to inquire of the Cabinet Secretary her use of the word proportionate and the suggestion that there might be a different method for concerns. I am concerned a consequence of that is that there may be a ranking, for example, in appeals regarding marking, that I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary wasn't intimating in that use of the word proportionate. And perhaps we can revisit this in subsequent amendments to discuss, because I'm very worried that people watching this may think that there's a different ranking of value if you're just one person who's concerned over the group. I'm grateful to Pam Duncan Glancy.
Thank you. Pam Duncan Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, and apologies, Convener, for the confusion as to whereabout we were in the debate. And I think the Cabinet, I heard the Cabinet Secretary say that she was willing to take on board my colleague Martin Whitfield's points. And with that, I don't intend at this point, because I think I'm reasonable and prepared to listen to the debate, to press Amendment 254 or 355, and I will listen to the debate around the broader aspect of how we do this in further groups.
Thank you. Pam Duncan Glancy seeks to withdraw Amendment 254. Does any member object? No. No member objects. Amendment 254 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 255 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 68 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 69, 262, 263, 264 and 265 due to preemptions. If Amendment 69 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 262 and 263 due to preemptions. If Amendment 70 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 272 and 273 due to preemptions. I call Pam Duncan Glancy to move Amendment 255 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And I think this part of the legislation is incredibly important and speaks to the point that there has been a lack of voice for both learners and practitioners in the system in the past. And I think the charters seek to do that. The amendments in this group, I think, strengthen that. They put voice, accountability and participation at the heart of the qualification system. They're not just those symbolic documents, they have to be living tools that articulate what learners and teachers and practitioners can expect and how those expectations will be met. The amendments that I brought in this group and others strengthen the charters, I believe, by ensuring Qualification Scotland works with the most affected, not just to write the charters, but to revise, monitor and comply with them. I'm embedding through these amendments a culture of consultation that's meaningful, inclusive and continuous. Again, a theme that the committee has discussed at length this morning. And especially and importantly for those that are left out of policy development, such as care experienced learners, BSL users and others. The amendments also provide for regular review every 3 years so that the charters can stay relevant to learners' real experiences and don't gather dust on a shelf. Accountability in this system matters. I think I probably speak for most of the people around the table, if not all, and people watching our deliberations today. And that's why these amendments require Qualification Scotland to report on any failure to meet the Charter's expectations and explain what they're going to do to address that. And whether you're a young person at school, an apprentice, a college lecturer or an adult returning to learning, these Charters will be your guide, your guarantee and your voice in the system, and they're crucial. My Amendment 255, absolutely.
George Adam.
It's just a quick one, just to say, you know, I hear where Pam Duncan Glancy is trying to go. I understand, but my issue is I always get concerned. Alarm bells start going off in my head. That might say a lot about me. But when I start hearing that are we trying to make this more complicated? You know, are we just going to, some of the consultation may become a tick box exercise? Do we end up in a situation where we're making it the structure too limited, where effectively, or too tight, sorry, where we can't actually get something done? People end up reporting instead of actually doing the work as well, you know, and it's always a concern not just here in this legislation and just about every bit of legislation that I see when members try and kind of make things so tight that you think you lose that bit of flexibility.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, and I take the point, and it is important to get that balance, but I think recent history has taught us that we have to err on the side of caution, in my view, and err on the side of forcing this culture in a way that I think we can begin to do to give credence, teeth and accountability to the charters. If we don't have something in legislation that recognises how they should be developed, how they should be monitored and indeed enforced, and how people can be involved in their development, then they could just be documents that are tokenistic as opposed to something that is a living, valuable piece of legislation that young people and others can use in order to affect their rights. So I take the point about the tick box exercise, but actually, without all of this, the charters themselves could become just a tick box or a tokenistic approach. Amendment 255 requires Qualifications Scotland to work with those consulted to prepare and publish the Learner Charter. And again, as I've said, I think that includes learners at every stage of the Charter development and publication process. 256 specifies the Charter applies to people of all ages undertaking a qualification. 260 ensures that adult learners who are not covered by the UNCRC protections will nevertheless also have additional needs recognised. 261 adds a requirement for Qualifications Scotland to comply with the Learner Charter and its compliance, again strengthening the role of it. 262 matches Amendment 256, which replaces persons with children, young people and other persons to underline the charters are relevant to all people of all ages undertaking qualifications. Amendment 263 requires Qualifications Scotland to consult with parents and children and young people undertaking a qualification in the preparation of the Charter to ensure the important voice of parents can continue to improve with the Learning Charter also. Amendment 264 requires Qualifications Scotland to consult with people who use BSL, have protected characteristics and have additional support needs. I don't think I need to rehearse the arguments as to why that's crucial at this point. Amendment 265 requires consultation with Qualifications Scotland Board before producing the Charter so that we can get all of the relevant people on board to progress it and proceed with it. 266 requires Qualifications Scotland to seek the view of the Advisory Council and to revise the Charter in line with any recommendations made by it. 268 is a paving amendment for later amendments. 271 places a duty on Qualifications Scotland to comply with the Teacher and Practitioner Charter and monitor its compliance. Yes.
John Mason.
Thank the member for giving way. I mean, both 261 and 271, when verbally she said comply with the Teacher and Practitioner Charter, but in the wording it says comply with the expectations set out in the Charter. Can she clarify what's the difference between complying with the Charter and complying with the expectations?
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, but whether it's the expectations or the detail of it, without these amendments there will be no compliance with the Charter required. And so if literally we come down to the point of whether it says expectations or whether it says Charter, I'd be prepared to look at that at stage 3, but I suspect there might be a broader discussion about the, whether or not the amendments would garner support or not. The Amendment 272 requires consultation with the Qualifications Scotland Board before producing the Teacher and Practitioner Charters. 273 specifies the range of interests that must be consulted in preparation of the Teacher and Practitioner Charter. 274 requires Qualifications Scotland to seek the view of the Advisory Council and revise it with any recommendations made by the Council. 275 recognises the distinct needs and requirements of learners, teachers and practitioners in the post-school environment. And I think this is a really important amendment and would speak to, for example, some of what happened during the time where we had both staff in colleges and other institutions and students in those institutions being concerned about some practices around not marking people's exams or coursework as a result of industrial action. And I think it's really important that we can put in place expectations so that learners and staff in those establishments are really clear about what they can expect, so that we can tighten up some of the gaps that I think would exist without adding this particular charter to it. So those are the reasons why I think that's really important. Amendments 276 and 277 ensure the charters are reviewed every 3 years instead of every 5 years. The reason that I changed the review timescale is that every 5 years could actually end up being out with an entire learner journey for a young person in secondary school. And so I think it's important that there's an opportunity to address it during a young person's learning journey, not just potentially after it. And 278 requires consultation again when reviewing and revising the charters. 279 ensures there's involvement in the detail of the review by the Council and that the Council can comment on these and recommend any additions. And 285 requires that any failure to meet expectations in the charters in Qualifications Scotland's annual report be set out and what remedies will be implemented on that report. Thank you.
I call Katie Clark to speak to Amendment 257 and other amendments in the group. Ms Clark.
I will speak briefly as the amendments that I have in this group relate to amendments that I put down which were debated last week relating to a generic duty of care, and the specific amendments in this group relate to the Learners' Charter and to the Teachers and Practitioners' Charter. The general issue is that I am putting forward the case that there should be a generic duty of care that is owed to students by educational institutions and bodies such as Qualifications Scotland. I rehearsed some of the arguments last week, and the reason that these amendments have been put down is an attempt to try and promote a discussion around this issue. So it's not necessarily about the specific amendments and whether this would be the appropriate response. This was simply a way that we were able to get amendments drafted to be able to make representations to say that there is an argument that we should have a generic duty of care in Scotland. So I look forward to the Cabinet Secretary's response and would be considering bringing amendments back at stage 3.
Thank you. I call Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 258 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener, and formally good morning, still just to the committee today. And I would remind members of the committee and those watching of my declaration of interest, where I received a financial payment having been a teacher before the start of this session. The amendments that I've brought in this section relate to a number of matters, but are all founded on the purpose that sits behind the Charter. And if we go back to the Scottish Government's expectation of the Charter from last year, they said the purpose of the Charter is to set out what service users, young people and those going through the system, and delivery partners should expect from Qualifications Scotland. And indeed, I think that speaks to a slightly earlier intervention from John Mason as to why expectation is phrased in some of the amendments that we see before us. The first amendment that I have is Amendment 258. And this is to do with the importance that this Charter should rightly have, and the importance that those who will look to it will place upon it. And one of the things that those who are looking upon this Charter and seeking to rely on it is the validity of how it was initially drafted, and whether, if it is drafted too close to those to whom the Charter is speaking, i.e. giving the expectation upon, it will lose some of its credibility. So my suggestion my very strong suggestion in 258 is that the Charter, the Learner Charter itself, is drafted by someone external to Qualifications Scotland. That person will obviously have to have the appropriate expertise and knowledge, and also a requirement to consult. And we've heard a lot in amendments during this stage 2 debate about the requirement and expectation on consultation. But that the purpose of this will result in a Charter that better reflects the needs, the rights of learners, and is free from, to mention, I think Ross Greer used the phrase blob earlier on, maybe I should use institutional bias as a more polite phrase, not to degrade anyone who suggests to it. But the importance of this Charter can't be underestimated. I think it is one of the really important requirements in this bill, and I think it is something that in due course learners in particular will look to for evidence. And so I think to give it the additional strength of not being internally drafted in the first place will give it a credit that perhaps here in Scotland, those new educational institutions and ideas we have, it could benefit from at its start. The other amendments that I have in this section refer to the UNCRC. Excuse me. And we know, probably more so from educational legislation than any other, that the challenges that face young people relying on the UNCRC rest entirely with the hodgepodge, I will use a throwaway phrase, of the way it was created, but more importantly, in which institution the acts, the statutory instruments and others were created, and the challenge that brings. And it would be welcome that the entirety of this legislation sits within the UNCRC, so that should the challenges of not being able to have an appeal heard in the way that you require, should the challenges of a conflict of perhaps even a committee not being considered, young people may have a vehicle in which to explore that. So the two other amendments that sit in my name, Amendment 259, directly indicates that the Learning Charter must seek to promote the rights in accordance with the UNCRC requirements, very, very specifically. And the subsequent amendment, just for the avoidance of any doubt, if we talk about definition sections coming along, that the UNCRC requirement takes the same meaning as it does from the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Incorporation Scotland Act 2024. And with that, I'll pause.
Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 68 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. My amendments 68 and 70 cover a lot of the same ground as amendments by the Cabinet Secretary and Pam Duncan-Glancy in particular. But what I'm trying to do in both these, 68 for the learner interest, for the Learner Charter rather, and 70 for the Teacher and Practitioner Charter, is to put the principle of co-design in here. That I don't think it is good enough simply to consult with learners and teachers and practitioners and then for someone else, i.e. Qualifications Scotland staff, to go away and draft the charter. I think it should be co-designed with them. So these are based on similar principles to a draft amendment that was presented to us all by the EIS in relation to the Learner Charter in particular. But it is simply trying to get the principle of co-design in there, because I think that that is a superior process to consultation, and that's what we should be aspiring to with documents that will take on the importance that I think we all believe the charters should have. So in that regard, given that my 68 and 70 are about co-design, that the Cabinet Secretary's 69 does strengthen what's in there, but it's still on the principle of consultation rather than co-design. And I understand that the Government has some specific concerns in relation to my amendments. Pam Duncan-Glancy's 255 sits somewhat in the middle, because it requires Qualifications Scotland to work with those who've been consulted to prepare and publish the Charter. So there's elements of co-design and consultation in there. Given that we're all heading in the same direction on this, it may be the case, like in a number of other groups, that we can come together at stage 3 to get something that fulfills all of our objectives here. But I do think, and I would be looking for a commitment from the Cabinet Secretary, that the principle of co-design should be enshrined in here, that consultation alone is not sufficient for the charters. I'll touch on a couple of the other amendments in the group, not all of them, given how many there are. 261 and 271 from Pam Duncan-Glancy. I'm really quite wary here in relation to enforcing unequivocal compliance with the Charter, because I think we can all envisage situations where that may not be possible because of overriding concerns. So, for example, if we had charters in place at the time of the pandemic, I can imagine that in a whole range of ways improving outcomes and the decisions that the SQA would have made. But I can also absolutely see how there would have been situations where it would have been impossible, for reasons related to public health in particular, not to be able to fulfil aspects of what I imagine will end up being in the Charter, and that's legitimate. Yeah, if I could just make one point, I think maybe I could phrase a question, Pam Duncan-Glancy. What I do like about 261 and 271 is the points around monitoring for compliance. So while I'm wary about an unequivocal requirement to comply, I do think that there's value in the monitoring points, and I think there's a lot of value in the 285, the requirement that where the charters have not been complied with, that the organisation would have to report against that. So I'd be wary that by not complying they would be breaching their duties in legislation. But I do think there should be transparency around situations where they've not complied, and for them to explain themselves why they believe that was necessary and to be held to account as appropriate in those situations. But intervention at that point?
I thank the member for taking that intervention, and thank you for finishing the point, actually, because it helps me to understand a little bit about the rationale. I suppose the point I was going to make was around, yes, if the Charters made such things as that they had to do it and the pandemic made it difficult to continue to do that, that's not unusual. The pandemic made it difficult to do a lot of things, and there was emergency legislation put in place in order to recognise some of that. And would the member not accept that it would have been better to have this in place in order to look at what they should be doing, even if it then meant that some other aspects through regulation or emergency legislation had to happen to recognise that we were in the middle of a global pandemic. But that nonetheless, some of what could have been set out in charters might have prevented some of what we saw in 2020.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful for that intervention. I think absolutely we would have been in a better place in 2020 if there had been learner and teacher charters at the time. My concern is that it would inevitably have been the case, I imagine, given the assumptions that I'm making about what's probably going to end up being in the charters, that it wouldn't have been possible to comply absolutely with everything in them in those circumstances, and in some cases for legitimate reasons. But if 261 and 271 were the case, that would leave the organisation in a position where it is breaking the law by not complying with the charters, which I do think is a bit disproportionate. So I think that there are ways that we can bake in processes here to hold the organisation to account where it has not complied, where either it's not been able to comply or it's chosen not to comply with the charters, and that we can hold it to account short of a situation where it is actually broken the law by doing so. So that's why I think that the monitoring compliance aspects I like, and I would hope that they would come back at stage 3. And I agree with 285 around the transparency through reporting in the annual report, but I can't support 261 and 271 as they are, because particularly given that we don't yet know absolutely what will be in the charters, I think setting such a high threshold right now, saying you would be breaking the law by not complying with them, but we don't know what they say yet, that goes too far for me at this point. Though, as I said, there's aspects of it I like, and that I would hope would come back at stage 3. 266, 274, 279 I can't support, because I think that they undermine the principle of these charters being produced in conjunction with, so regardless of whether we go with co-design consultation, that these charters are produced in conjunction with and have the buy-in of learners and teachers and practitioners, because what this effectively does is give the Strategic Advisory Council a veto. And as much as I want the Strategic Advisory Council to play a powerful role in this organisation, I think it undermines the voice of learners and teachers if we effectively give them a veto over these charters. In a similar way, 273 I can't support because I think that the teacher and practitioner charter should be about the interests of teachers and practitioners. There are other ways that we can bring these other voices in here. So, for example, I've proposed that we require Qualifications Scotland to consult with employers in the production of the corporate plan. I think that's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate for them to be involved in the drafting of a charter for teachers and practitioners, and that I hope will be produced by teachers and practitioners as well. On Katie Clark's amendments, it sounds like Ms Clark's probably not pressing them given the discussion that we've had already, so I'm happy to move past that. Martin Whitfield's 258, again, I think that goes back to my amendments on co-design, Pam Duncan-Glancy's 255 and the Cabinet Secretary's 69, because I'm sympathetic to the intent here. My issue with 258 is I think it would preclude co-design because it puts drafting of the Charter entirely in the hands of an individual separate to the organisation. But I think we are all, in a broad way, trying to achieve roughly similar goals here. So I would suggest if none of us are pressing, and my intention based on if I can get reassurance from the Cabinet Secretary around co-design, I wouldn't press 68 and 70. I would ask Mr Whitfield not to press 258 because I think as it stands it would run contrary to make it impossible to also do co-design. I think there's a way we can probably accommodate both of these objectives at stage 3. But it looks like Mr Whitfield wants to intervene.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful convener, and to you, Ross Greer, and I think the proposal with the relative reassurance, I think, is an excellent way to move forward on this.
Ross Greer.
On that point, convener, I'm happy to conclude, but just to confirm that the basis on which I would be happy to withdraw my amendments, and I would suggest that the same to others, is if the Cabinet Secretary is able to confirm that the Government could accept the principle of co-design as part of this process.
Thank you. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 69 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I thank members for explaining the purpose of their amendments. Both Ms Duncan-Glancy and Mr Greer have made similar proposals under Amendments 255, 268, 68 and 70, ensuring both the charters are prepared and published in collaboration with those taking qualifications and those delivering qualifications. To give Mr Greer absolute assurance, though, it has always been the intention that the charters will be co-produced. I want to provide that reassurance and that ministerial guidance on the creation of charters, which will be issued to Qualifications Scotland, will ensure that this principle is embedded in their creation. The Government is also working closely with the SQA, the learner and teacher stakeholders to develop its guidance, and that is being developed in parallel to the bill to ensure that this guidance takes account of any legislative changes that are made as the bill makes its way through Parliament. The guidance will be issued to the Board of Qualifications Scotland prior to the body becoming fully operational to support plans to co-produce the charters. However, I do recognise the additional reassurance that a change to the bill could bring. My concern with how these amendments are presently drafted is that they would require children, young people, adult learners and teachers to co-produce these charters without limiting this to those who want to be part of co-production. So in order for me to support the principle behind these amendments and avoid any unintended consequences, I would like to work with Ms Duncan Glancy and Mr Greer on an alternative form of words for stage 3, and I would ask them not to press those amendments on that basis. Now, moving to Amendment 256, I fully agree with the need to ensure children, young people and adult learners are recognised as the different groups that take qualifications. While they are already captured by the existing provision, I would be content to support this amendment. Amendments 262 and 263 bring about additional assurances through ensuring children, young people, adult learners and parents will be consulted in creating the Learner Charter. However, the intention here is met by my Amendment 69, and I would encourage members to support that instead, although I have listened to the discussion convener this morning. It is still the morning. But Amendment 69 would guarantee consultation of the same groups covered by Amendments 262 and 263, while also importantly covering carers as well as parents in line with our commitment to the promise. Although, having listened to the debate, I am content not to press 69 to ensure we can arrive at a position we can all support, as long as 262 and 263 are also not pressed. Now, Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 264 also seeks to strengthen the requirements for the creation of the Learner Charter by ensuring users of British Sign Language, those listed in Section 4 of the Equality Act, and those with additional support needs. The Government fully supports the intention behind this amendment, and the Charter is intended to take full account of the diversity and varying needs and interests of Scotland's children, young people and adult learners. However, as drafted, I have concerns that the intention of this amendment would not be met. So I think the rationale is to ensure that those from marginalised communities would be consulted. But unfortunately, including protected characteristics under the Equality Act does not guarantee this, as protected characteristics include things that we all have, such as age. So as drafted, the amendment does nothing to ensure that, for example, people with a range of different ages are consulted, or that people of different races are consulted. However, I would... Yes, I would.
Rather take an intervention on that point.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
Forgive me, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you for taking the intervention. The purpose of protected characteristics very specifically does allow an understanding and analysis of age and race. Both of those aspects are defined as protected characteristics in the Equality Act.
Cabinet Secretary.
They are defined as protected characteristics in the Equality Act, but the advice I have is that because the age difference, for example, is not prescribed, that's not going to apply in the way that I think the member intends it to, which is why I recognise there's more reassurance here, and perhaps we can work together in relation to arriving at a resolution. I would also like to reassure members that the Qualifications Scotland will be a named organisation that will be subject to the public sector equality duty, which will require the organisation to have due regard to these types of equality considerations when carrying out their functions. So it should be captured by that duty, to Ms Duncan Glancy's point. In relation to prescribing British Sign Language users and those with additional support needs as groups, I fully support that approach. I would ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press the amendment, though, with a view to working with the Government on whether more is needed or can be done to strengthen existing equality-focused provisions and duties for Stage 3, as I've just spoken to. Amendments 257 and 269 from Ms Clark require the Charters to include a list of support that Qualifications Scotland will offer to children, young people and adult learners. I understand, I think, from Ms Clark's contribution that she's not going to press, and we did discuss some of these issues last week, but the amendment as drafted goes against the very purpose of the Charters in two different ways. So, first of all, the Charters are not there to define a list of services that Qualifications Scotland has to provide. It's more about how it provides those services. And the other issue relates to co-production. So that co-production will ensure that the Charters reflect the needs of those it's designed to serve. So by defining the content to be covered in legislation, I think we risk preempting the co-production process. But I think Ms Clark has raised some really important points. I recognise she's not going to press those amendments, but just to put that on the record, Convener. Now, Amendment 258 from Mr Whitfield sets out an interesting proposal for an independent person to prepare a draft of the Learner Charter. I do have some concerns as to whether or not such a move is necessary, particularly given the additional provisions for consultation, transparency and accountability within the bill, as well as the changes I've committed to on co-production. Also, if the person requires relevant skills, knowledge and expertise in relation to the functions of Qualifications Scotland, this risks having a pretty limited pool of candidates compared with the expertise held by Qualifications Scotland. And again, the intention was always for co-production, to Mr Greer's point, and the bill will make that absolutely clear following the work that I will undertake with Mr Greer and with Ms Duncan Glancy. So I therefore will not be able to support Amendment 258. Yes, happy to do so.
Thank you to the Cabinet Secretary. It does raise the interesting proposal that if we remove the draft, if we used facilitate, there are people that hold expertise in facilitating co-production, which may lie outside of the skill set of those within the organisation. So, as I indicated to Ross Greer's, or in the intervention to Ross Greer, I'm more than happy to not press this today, but for the requirement of the importance and the value that this charter will take and carry forward, that's built on the best foundations. Grateful.
I think Mr Whitfield makes fair points, and I accept, of course, that he won't press, but I'm keen to work with him and with Mr Greer and Ms Duncan Glancy on a resolution to that end. I'll now turn, Convener, to Mr Whitfield's Amendment 259 and 267 on embedding the UNCRC, including within the preparation of the Learner Charter. So the Government has been very clear that this should be the case as set out in the policy memorandum. The UNCRC Act will also require Qualifications Scotland to ensure that this is the case. But I am concerned that these amendments would inadvertently undermine the UNCRC Act passed by this Parliament just last year. It may be that this amendment is intended as a reminder of the UNCRC obligations, but if that is the case, then this risks causing confusion as to what the status of the UNCRC obligations are in cases where no such reminder or signpost exists in statute. Alternatively, it might be that this amendment is intended to impose a higher duty than exists in the UNCRC Act. However, that again risks undermining the UNCRC Act by suggesting that the duties in it, which are applicable more widely, are insufficient and establishing a hierarchy of duties. So while I appreciate the good intentions, I would ask Mr Whitfield not to press these amendments and to instead rely on the UNCRC Act passed by this Parliament last year, and I will give way to the member on that point.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener, and indeed to the Cabinet Secretary. And the Cabinet Secretary will be aware that the challenge that those outside of this place have faced trying to seek enforcement of the UNCRC, particularly with regard to a challenging definition that seems to be doing the rounds with regard to how legislation that is, I think the phrase they use is tainted by legislation that clearly excludes the UNCRC, has arisen. So the purpose behind this was in no way to add a higher level to the rights, but to both formulate a reminder of their existence, but more importantly, give a vehicle potentially that may be required that I think is lacking in the bill. I realise that this is a complex matter and beyond really this moment. So I am prepared, if the government are kind enough to do this, to engage on how we can ensure that the UNCRC rights are more explicitly supported for those outside of the place, either through this bill or in some other way.
Cabinet Secretary.
So I think Mr Whitfield raises a really important point, which isn't just about this legislation, but cuts across how that bill is interpreted. And so if the member would be content, I'm aware that Ms Somerville led on this legislation in Parliament. I'd be content to engage with her directly on this issue, because my view to the points he makes is that this is an issue not just for this piece of legislation. I wouldn't wish to use this piece of legislation as a testbed, as it were, for the points he has raised today, because I think the government needs to have a coherent approach to the issues he raises, as opposed to addressing it narrowly via this legislation without fully having comprehended essentially the alternative implications that this may have, because I spoke to, for example, the hierarchies that this could create with other legislation, the unintended consequences. So I very much take the point the member makes. So if the member is content, I will engage with Ms Somerville and ask her to engage with him directly on these issues, which I believe are much broader than this piece of legislation, and I also don't believe could really be fully resolved through this bill.
Happy to take an intervention. Again, thank you, Convener. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. You know, genuinely in a sign of good faith, because I do see the challenges that sit behind this. I'm more than happy to follow the proposal that the Cabinet Secretary has outlined today, and I won't move these in particular. The only thing I would put on the record is that this is becoming a very urgent matter for people outside of this place, particularly young people, and certainly within the confines of time that we have. Maybe this is the vehicle for legislation for something very specific. I'm more than happy for those discussions to happen before stage 3.
Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, Amendment 260 from Ms Duncan Glancy also seeks to embed a new right for adult learners undertaking qualifications to receive education in a way that meets their needs as part of preparing the charters. And I do not believe that it is for this piece of legislation to be introducing new rights for adults that, to my knowledge, are not already embedded within the system. It also should not be a right that falls exclusively just on Qualifications Scotland, particularly when they do not have sole responsibility for delivering education that meets individuals' needs. So I was asked the member not to press this amendment, and I would be interested in discussing this particular point with her out with the bill. Yes, happy to give way.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
I take the point that the Cabinet Secretary makes, but if we don't do it here, how else can we ensure that people who are not covered by the UNCRC get the same experience from the educational institutions that are delivering to people who are covered by the UNCRC? How can we ensure parity of that experience if we don't do something in the bill?
Well, thank you, Convener. I think the member raises a really important point. The issues she raises are important. I'm not clear, though, that they will be resolved in this bill. So I suggest that this speaks to the point that Mr Whitfield was making in relation to the UNCRC. And if she would like, then I'm happy to attempt to convene engagement with both members and with Ms Somerville's officials who led on this legislation, because I think we need to have that coherent cross-government approach. And I'm mindful that that legislation was led by Ms Somerville's team last year. So if members are content, I'd like to take that challenge away in relation to the interpretation of that bill. Turning to Amendments 261, 267 and 285, Ms Duncan Glancy is seeking to ensure compliance with the charters and ensure that how they are being upheld is reported on. The bill already provides that these charters must be created to set out user expectations and that Qualifications Scotland must report on how it plans to and has satisfied the expectations of the charters. However, we must be mindful that unforeseen circumstances can change the expectations of users and indeed the capacity of organisations to meet those expectations. The pandemic, as we've heard, is a case in point where the expectations we all had about how things should happen had to change. And I raise this point because to require absolute compliance with expectations may be something that can never be truly fully achieved. That is why I cannot support Amendments 261 and 271. I fully agree that Qualifications Scotland should always be working hard to meet the expectations within the charters, and I agree that how the charters are upheld should be reported, including actions taken to address any issues. Therefore, I'd be happy to work with Ms Duncan Glancy ahead of Stage 3 to incorporate her Amendment 285 into the existing charter reporting requirements if she does not press 261 and 271. I support the principle behind her amendments 265, 272 and 278. It has always been the intention of the interest committees to be closely involved in the development and reviewing of the charters. These provisions provide additional assurance that this will happen. However, legally, the committees are not persons as they are not bodies corporate, so inserting them into a list which is about persons does not quite work. In addition, Amendment 278 as drafted requires both committees to be involved in the revision of either charter, not just the charter that is relevant to the committee in question. And this appears to be inadvertent as it is a departure from what is set out in the amendments in relation to the original charters. So I would therefore like to offer to work with Ms Duncan Glancy on this aspect for Stage 3 and ask that she does not press these amendments. As for the Strategic Advisory Council being involved in the creation and reviewing of the charters, I cannot support Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 266, 274 and 279 as drafted. While I agree the Council will have an interest in commenting on the charters, I do not agree with the authority the Council will be given in terms of revising the charters. The Council is a strategic level forum for a wide range of stakeholders beyond just learners and teachers. I do not think it appropriate that they should have powers to alter the charters when they have been co-produced with learners and with teachers. And I would support an alternative amendment that would give the Council the opportunity to comment on the charters. If the member would be happy to work with me on this, then I ask she does not press these amendments. Turning to Mr Kerr's Amendment 270. This proposes that the Teacher and Practitioner Charter sets out how Qualifications Scotland would work with Education Scotland in relation to professional learning and development. I do not support this amendment for similar reasons to those amendments at 257 and 269. It is for the service users, in this case teachers and practitioners, to co-produce the content. It's not the point of co-production to be prescribing the Charter's contents in legislation. I believe Mr Kerr's amendment 236 in Group 10, which I support, is more effective in ensuring Qualifications Scotland develops relevant professional learning and development for qualifications with Education Scotland. I ask that he does not press this amendment and we focus on ensuring we get Amendment 236 right for Stage 3. Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 273 seeks to specify a range of stakeholders that must be consulted on the creation of the Teacher and Practitioner Charter. While I agree education trade unions will have a key role in shaping the Charter through consultation, their involvement is captured through existing provisions. Furthermore, I do not agree with the range of other stakeholders that Ms Duncan Glancy is seeking to specify in legislation to be consulted on in the Charter. Some of these will be captured by the catch-all provision I have just highlighted. However, it is unclear what importance, for example, University Scotland, subject matter experts and those with knowledge of business and industry would need to be given in a Charter that is focused on supporting those who directly deliver qualifications. So I therefore do not support this amendment and would encourage members to take the same position. Now, Mr Briggs' Amendment 130 and Consequential Amendment 208 and Ms Duncan Glancy's 275 each place a requirement on Qualifications Scotland to create additional charters, and I do not support these amendments for the following reasons. The bill already provides Qualifications Scotland with the ability to consider creating other charters as it requires. However, I would like to remind members that one of the key priorities for Qualifications Scotland is restoring trust and accountability with children, young people, adult learners and with our teachers. That is why the Learner Charter and the Teacher and Practitioner Charter are an immediate priority and, in my view, must be enshrined in legislation. I believe it is right that they are the initial focus. I fully agree that parents and carers have a crucial role in supporting children and young people and that they therefore have a role in ensuring Qualifications Scotland meets the needs of their children. We have already established the Scottish Assembly of Parents and Carers, delivered by Connect, and I would expect all national bodies, including Qualifications Scotland, to take account of their findings, which come directly from parents from all over Scotland. This further demonstrates our commitment to listening to parents and carers as advocates for their children. I lodged Amendment 69 to ensure that parents and carers were included, although having listened to the discussion, I'm keen to work with members on how we can arrive at a mutually agreeable solution for Stage 3 to that end, as previously intimated. Now, turning to the Post-School Learner and Practitioner Charter, I am not clear why a separate charter is needed here. While I do recognise that school and post-school settings can have different needs, I do not think that warrants a separate charter and it risks confusion. I also question the value of a combined charter for learners and practitioners when they will have different needs and expectations. It is my expectation that learners and practitioners in post-school settings would be captured within the respective charters already provided in the bill. Finally, as members will be pleased to hear, coming to Amendments 276 and 277 from Ms Duncan Glancy, these seek to reduce the review period for the charters from 5 years to 3. I can see the merits of this reduction. However, I am mindful not only of the administrative burden, but of the burden that we might place on children, young people, adult learners and teachers by more regularly consulting them on areas they have already been giving their views on. 3 yearly reviews also risks consultation fatigue. I also wonder whether 3 years is long enough to see the impact of the charters. I would also highlight that the bill currently requires a review within 5 years rather than after 5 years. So there is therefore flexibility built in for a review to take place at an earlier stage should it be required. For these reasons, I would ask the member not to press these amendments. Convener.
Thank you. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 270 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Convener, and yes, this is an unusual situation where you speak after the Cabinet Secretary and you've heard what the Cabinet Secretary's assessment of your amendment is, but yes, I just feel that my initial response is to suggest to the Cabinet Secretary that such as the poor precedents of the experiences that teachers have had with the SQA, that putting things onto the face of the bill to reassure teachers, for example, as one of the key constituent groups that will interact with the new body, may give people some hope that this is not just changing the name at the door, because that's been a lot of the concern about the bill as it was presented, that it was simply going to be a brass plate changing exercise. And that's...
Take an intervention.
Yes, of course.
I have heard that allegation over the last years, but I've just invite the member and colleagues around the table to observe the number of amendments that have been lodged in relation to the bill. Quite clearly, it's not just going to be about a name change. This is about fundamentally changing the culture of our qualifications body. And I think all of the amendments we've spoken to today help to provide that strengthening.
Stephen Kerr.
And of course, that is my hope as well. And I agree with the sentiment, because culture is something that we spoke about last week. But I think setting expectations from Parliament in terms of the statute that we send to be signed by the King, I think this is where it starts. So when we are proposing amendments that set out declarative expectations, I think that's something that we should take very seriously. And so I'm responding to what the Cabinet Secretary said, because I strongly believe the charters are not bureaucratic exercises. I don't think she thinks that. I don't think any of us around this table think that. They should be an articulation of the new relationship that we are seeking to establish between Qualifications Scotland and the people that it's intended to serve. And therefore, being serious about them, I'm very keen, as I know we all are, to go beyond warm words, and hence I think the motivation behind so many of the amendments. The amendments have substance, and they reflect, I think, on the realities of what went wrong with the SQA and why the trust issue that we keep coming back to, why trust needs to be rebuilt. So let me very quickly talk about 270 to make a pitch for what's behind it, if nothing else. Because this would require the Teacher Practitioner Charter explicitly to describe how Qualifications Scotland will uphold the principle of professional trust. This is much more than a slogan. It's a response to the consistent message echoed in the Muir Review, reinforced in the evidence submitted to the Education, Children and Young People Committee, that teachers felt marginalised, dismissed, too often excluded from the decisions that directly affect their work and their learners. And it's clear in the consultation that was for the Muir Review that there was a need for the new national agency to work in a way that reflects a culture of trust, respect and professional autonomy. And any charter attempts that fail to reflect this principle will fall short of its purpose. And that's why 270, I believe, would ensure that the new body cannot simply adopt a vague or tokenistic statement of intent around how it works with the profession, with Education Scotland and the profession. It must spell out how it will embed professional trust into its culture and operations. So that's all I'm going to say about 270, but I do want to also speak in support of Amendments 275 and 276 from Pam Duncan-Glancy, because she's proposing a post-school learner and practitioner charter. And I very strongly support these amendments because, as we all know, and as has been pointed out to me in response to my earlier amendments by the Cabinet Secretary, Qualifications Scotland qualifications are not exclusively for school pupils. They're delivered and experienced across Scotland's colleges, community education centres, training providers and much more. It's entirely reasonable to reflect those distinct experiences in a separate, bespoke charter. I think that makes perfect sense. The key, however, will be ensuring that this new charter is coherent and complementary, not fragmented, not contradictory. Learners and practitioners in post-school settings should enjoy the same respect, clarity of expectation and opportunities to influence the system as those in school settings. Their charter must be more than an afterthought. It must carry equal weight and scrutiny. Now, on 277, I also very strongly support 277. We've already had discussion earlier about my interest in term limitations. And I would support the idea that we reduce the review cycle of charters from 5 to 3 years. I heard what the Cabinet Secretary said about expecting too much of children and young people. but it will be different sets of young people. I'm presuming it will not be the same set of young people because age and chronology would suggest that's not possible. So the idea that, and I was very strongly appealed to me, the idea that Pam Duncan-Glancy put forward, that if it's 5 years, that's out with the experience of some of the young people that are going to go through the system. So I think it's just too long, and I think we need to be more agile, more responsive, particularly in the initial years of the life of Qualifications Scotland. So regular review, informed by feedback from those directly infected, is key to ensuring that the charters don't just sit on the shelf and gather dust. They have to be living things, and I think they'll only be as relevant as we make them living things, and this is what I think 277 does. And on 278, I also agree with Pam Duncan-Glancy. By the way, I've got no idea whether Miles Briggs agrees with me or not on this, so I should basically, these are my personal opinions, that these statutory committees, such as the Teacher and Learning Committees, should be formally consulted on any charter review. This is essential, and that's what this amendment does. These committees, to represent the voice of practitioners and learners, and their role must be meaningful and continuous, not limited to initial drafting. So I think I've said enough about those specific amendments, and I think I've probably said enough about Amendment 270, but I just, listen, I would be the first person to agree with any suggestion that everyone should agree something common out of all these different amendments, which I think is the broad thrust of the intent of the Cabinet Secretary. But anything that gives us something that's living and current and relevant, that's grounded in accountability, trust and clear expectations, should command not just the support of the committee, but of the whole Parliament.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 130 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. And I think this Amendment 130 and 28 in this group go to the heart of what I am trying to achieve as part of this bill, and I think all of us want to achieve, and that is restoring confidence in this new organisation. And I listened to the Cabinet Secretary, who did outline we need to do that for carers and we need to do that for teachers, but we need to do that for parents. And this is why I want to see that triad as part of this, and why I'm pleased that committee has passed a member of a parent or guardian or carer being part of the Strategic Advisory Council, and why my Amendment 130 specifically will ask Qualifications Scotland to have a duty to set up a parent and carer charter. I think that's important. 208 gives that definition. I've taken on board what the Cabinet Secretary has said in relation to care experienced young people and the interest committees, which I think are working actually quite well to take forward the promise in that area. And I think there's a really positive role to have in that. And so just for clarification, for Stephen Kerr, I do support Amendment 278. I think it does add value, and I'll end that contribution there.
Very much. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 255.
Thank you, Convener. I'll start by setting out my rationale for what I will press, what I won't press in this particular group of amendments. I've listened really carefully to everyone who's responded, and in particular the consensus that I think I can hear developing around the need for co-production, co-design and consultation. And so in that respect, and I hope when it comes to it, my press or not press does genuinely reflect the relevant numbers of the amendments to that respect. But I won't press those amendments in order that we can work together across party at stage 3 to bring out some consultation or co-design process. And 255, Amendment 255 is the start of that, and so I won't press 255. What I would like to do, though, is press the amendments on compliance. I think the points on monitoring are welcome, really welcome, and I hope that we can get support. I can get support for 285 in that respect. But the other amendments on compliance I think are really important. So I do intend to press that particular amendment. On the amendments around parents and young people, we support, of course, Miles Briggs. I support Miles Briggs' amendment. but also recognise the points that have been made again around co-design and co-production. I think the Amendment 278 that requires that real kind of additional level of scrutiny that we've spoken about a moment ago, I think is really, really important, and that those committees have a key part in that. I'd be minded at this point to press that. In terms of the named people who are involved in the committees, 275, I think it is really important that we get those voices heard throughout all of this. I'd be prepared, though, to work again at stage 3 to see if we can get something where there's consensus around Parliament to improve the drafting of that particular amendment, but to keep the principle that actually I think these broad groups of people do need to have a say in what those charters do. I think a 285 I spoke about briefly a moment ago, where Qualifications Scotland fails to satisfy the expectations. I think they should say why and what they'll do about that. And so I suppose that could be considered a bit of a compromise amendment on compliance, and hope that I can get support for that just now. But I will, as I said, test the point on compliance as well at this stage. And with that, I think I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you very much. Pam Duncan-Glancy seeks to withdraw Amendment 255. Does any member object? No member objects, so Amendment 255 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 256 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 256 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 257 in the name of Katie Clark, already debated with Amendment 255. Katie Clark to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 258 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 255. Martin Whitfield to move or not move? Not move. I call Amendment 259 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 255. Martin Whitfield to move or not move? I call Amendment 260 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 261 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 261 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 261. Thank you. And those against Amendment 261? Okay. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 261 is yes 4, no 5. Amendment 261 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 68 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 255. I remind members that if Amendment 68 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 69, 262, 263, 264 and 265 due to preemptions. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 69 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 255. I remind members that if Amendment 69 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 262 and 263 due to preemptions. Cabinet Secretary to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 262 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 263 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 264 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 264 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Those voting in favour of Amendment 264. Thank you. And those against Amendment 264? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 264 is yes 5, no 5. As the outcome of the division is tied on Amendment 264, I will now use my casting vote as convener in order for the committee to reach a decision. I vote in favour of Amendment 264, therefore the committee agrees to Amendment 264. I call Amendment 265 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 266 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 267 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated. Well, I call Amendment 267 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 255. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. Ms Hockey, do you wish to come in at this point during the division, or is there something you want? Sorry, we'll have to get your microphone. Can I just say, Ms Hockey, if it's about not being taken earlier, I'm happy to hear that at the end. Now we've got you. But if it's something about this current set of divisions,
it is about this current set of divisions.
Is it about you not being seen in the earlier one?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I take you at the end now that we've got you? Just since we've started this process, I'll take your point at the end since we've got you connected now.
Okay.
If that's okay. So Martin Whitfield did not move 267. Therefore, the question is that Section 10 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 268 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 269 in the name of Katie Clark, already debated with Amendment 255. Katie Clark to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 270 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 255. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 271 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 271 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Just to confirm we've got you clear and we can see you fine with this one. So, those in favour of Amendment 271? Thank you. And those against Amendment 271? The result of the vote on Amendment 271 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 271 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 70 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 255. I remind members that if Amendment 70 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 272 and 273 due to pre-emptions. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 272 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 272 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Thank you. Those in favour of Amendment 272? Thank you. And those against Amendment 272? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 272 is yes 5, no 5. As the outcome of the division is tied on Amendment 272, I will now use my casting vote as convener in order for the committee to reach a decision. I vote in favour, therefore the committee agrees to Amendment 272. I call Amendment 273 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 274 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is that Section 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 130 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 255. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 130 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Thank you. Those in favour of Amendment 130? Okay. And those against Amendment 130? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 130 is yes 3, no 7. Therefore, Amendment 130 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 275 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. Can I check?
Moved.
Yes, moved. The question is that Amendment 275 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Move.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Okay. Those in favour of Amendment 275? And those against Amendment 275? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 275 is yes 2, no 8. Amendment 275 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 276 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 276 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. And those in favour of Amendment 276? Thank you. And those against Amendment 276? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 276 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 276 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 277 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 278 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 278 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 278? Thank you. And those against Amendment 278? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 278 is yes 5, no 5. As the outcome of the division is tied on Amendment 278, I will now use my casting vote as convener in order for the committee to reach a decision. I vote in favour of Amendment 278, therefore the committee agrees to Amendment 278. I call Amendment 279 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 255. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
The question is that Section 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. The question is that Section 13 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Ms Hockey, I can take you in now.
Thank you, Convener. I have not been offline, so I don't understand why I didn't appear on camera when I put my camera on during that vote. I tried to raise a point of order while the vote was ongoing. No response in the chat, which is my only way of communicating as broadcasting mutely. So, what's the solution to this then in terms of raising concerns about not being able to vote when you're present?
Well, there are two solutions. First of all, your points are now noted. The ultimate solution is for you to have your camera on throughout our proceedings, as you are come divisions. And if you are happy to be viewed throughout the entire time. That's certainly what we will do in the evening session. But we cannot go back now. It may be no comfort because your vote is not recorded. Your vote would not have made a difference on that division if you were voting in the same way as your SNP colleagues. So it didn't change the outcome of that division on the amendment, and as soon as it was brought to my attention by one of your colleagues, we were able to get you up on the screen to take part in the subsequent votes. But
so can I ask, Convener, then, is the chat monitored?
yes, the chat is monitored, but during a division, because we are doing this by hand and not electronically, we have to not just record the numbers, but record how each person votes. Therefore, the clerking team are making sure that the right votes are allocated to the respective voting members on the committee. So everyone has a role.
It appears to me that there's an issue then at your end, because I could see myself on screen, I could see the proceedings, I can hear the proceedings, I was on camera, but obviously that wasn't translating to being in the room. So
Okay.
it seems like there's an issue in the actual committee.
Well, the solution is for the evening session, if you're happy, your camera will be on for the entire time because you're seeing us, so we should be able to see you. And if you're comfortable with that, we'll make sure we always see you. But I'll take, if you're okay with that, and I'll take Willie Rennie.
Can I suggest that clearly, because there has been some technical problem, because if Claire has had her camera on the whole time, I think if she disappears again during a vote, we should just pause and check.
Okay, I'm happy with that, but I think, Ms Hockey, are you also happy for your camera to be on for the session? Since you're sat there anyway, we may as well be able to see you. But like I say, we've recorded you for all the subsequent votes. It's just that one amendment, which it did not change the outcome, but your points are also noted as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes our consideration of the bill at stage 1 for this part of the meeting. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary and her supporting officials for their attendance today. I will suspend briefly to allow the Cabinet Secretary and her officials to leave. The committee will then move into private session to consider our next agenda item, after which I will suspend the meeting until 6:15 p.m. and at that point the committee will reconvene in public to continue its consideration of the Education Scotland Bill at stage 2, and I suspend this meeting.